Okay, we got started. I have no idea. Every day I find a new way to break my PC. Also, welcome already. The power of BSing my way through legal procedures? No. You see, if I get the not guilty verdict, it's not BS, it's actually pure skill and talent. Like, before I started stream, I was starting everything up, and then suddenly my mouse started moving. It was just frozen in the middle of the screen, and I was like, okay, weird. Maybe it's because I plugged in my controller, so I pulled that one out, didn't work. And I was like, maybe it's because I started VTube Studio. Closed the program, still didn't work. Unplugged my mouse, plugged it back in, didn't work. So I had to restart my whole computer. Then I restart my computer, my camera works now, but for some reason the microphone doesn't, which usually it's the other way around, so what the hell is going on here? It's just... every day I find a new way to break everything down. It's so weird. Does not simply update the autopsy report? Well, not as the defense attorney. If you would ever try to pull that as a defense attorney, they would just update it straight back. They need to reset everything here now, or can I just... What if I just... What if I do this, and then I do this? God damn it. Oh! Oh, I actually fixed it. Last second, I was about to close it down. There we go. Imagine even having access to like 75% of the evidence as the defense attorney. I genuinely don't understand why you don't have it. It's kind of wild, is it not? The police actually going towards you being like, yeah, we found all this evidence and there's like a bunch of witnesses. But you'll only see them in court itself, so you get zero time to actually prepare. Meanwhile, the Chief Lord Justice, or whatever it was, Lord Chief Justice, is like, yeah, you got 24 hours to prepare. Meanwhile, nobody gives us anything to work with. And it's like, yeah, you'll only ever get that in court itself. Have fun, GG's. The coin toss has a higher likelihood to win the cases. I don't... honestly, probably, yeah. Lord Chief God Emperor of Mankind Justice. Justice being his name. His legal given name. He was bred to do this. Perfect. So let's find Inspector Gregson as quickly as possible. Yes, and let's see if he'll take a break from his chips and look at that silver tip Iris gave us for him. I forgot we were about to bribe this guy. Can I examine? I can examine. Check. I really need to get used to this. Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. I trust that won't be a problem, question mark. Take that! Inspector Gregson, do you have a moment? Wait, is my control scheme messed up because I'm using a PlayStation controller right now instead of the Xbox controller? I think it actually is. That's a Apollo's shtick? What? Bribing people? Does he actually bribe people? Let me actually see if I can maybe... Can I... Shit. They not have it for controller? Can I not switch to... That's... yet another choice. Yeah, I guess we'll just have to deal with it. I'm sorry to say, I don't. I'm a very busy man. The justice thing? Oh. Oh yeah, I'm fucking stupid. His legal name is actually Justice. He was bred for being a lawyer. He doesn't bribe people. Just his whole case centered around panties. Is it a murder case or much too busy to talk to a pair of foreign gagabouts? That's for sure. And we have these for you. A present from Miss Iris Wilson. I think this guy might have a dweeby voice. What? For me? From her ladyship? Her ladyship? Get out here, at once! Come on, hand it over. That's for me! Don't wait for me to give it to you, will you? It's a murder case involving, and I quote, magic panties that can make things appear and disappear. Okay. Most normal evidence in a Ace Attorney case. What was that coin exactly? Oh, is he a collector? It's a silver crown, obviously, but it's a lot more than that. It's, well, it's an appearance fee. That's what it is. An appearance fee? Oh, I see. You mean... Similar as weird as that time Phoenix actually interrogated a parrot, or that time he defended a whale. I'm pretty sure the whale thing was Apollo Justice, because I do not remember a whale. That's right. But the adventures of Sherlock Holmes. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. That's a Phoenix case? Okay, but is it a Phoenix case in Apollo Justice? Because it's guaranteed not in the original trilogy. The original trilogy only has such totally normal things as two middle-aged men murdering each other and beating the fuck out of each other over who gets to marry the 16-year-old girl. Her ladyship always offers me a little financial reward for featuring me every time. Yes, of course. I know all about your exploits, Inspector. I read them avidly. Of course, I use my name without my say-so. It does make me a butt of a lot of unpleasant jokes, but still. I'm sorry, Inspector. It must be difficult for you. Never you mind that. So, you want to know that, eh? Sorry? Tell the gentleman in black whatever he wants to know. Trust there won't be a problem, it says. Here's the episode for Phoenix Wright Dual Destinies? Aha. I'm guessing that's a spin-off? Well, obviously. It's not a problem. Come on, fire away. What do you want to know? Well, if you wouldn't mind, Inspector, we'd very much like to know the address of Mr. Natsume's lodgings. Oh, the little knife-wielding mustached Japanese fellow. He lives in a right old hovel. It's just over there. Look. It's after the Apollo Justice game, where Phoenix regains his lawyer license, I think. He loses his lawyer license? Is that why he becomes a hobo? I thought he becomes a hobo willingly, because he's just kinda, I don't feel like it anymore. What made him lose his lawyer license? On the first floor of that house, on the corner where that wreck of a bicycle is propped up. That is nearby indeed. I remember rightly, the landlord is a Mr. John Gary Deb. Gary Deb? Right. Well, if you see her again, you make sure you give her ladyship my regards, you hear? Uses it because he allegedly forged evidence. What? Buddy, it's a well-known fact that, like, every other prosecutor forges evidence. Like, everyone knows. But Phoenix gets what, one-tapped first chance? I mean it. You tell her that Gregson sends us the very best wishes. Don't worry, Inspector, we will bye for now then. And long live her ladyship. Okay, guy. Just because she finances his fish and chips addiction. That the prosecution? Oh yeah, I forgot. If you convict people as felons, that makes the state money, so it's not an issue then. It's only an issue if you cost the state money. Yeah, so then shall we go and see what we can find in Mr. Natsume's lodgings? Definitely. A new location has been added. A very cool. Some interesting stuff in here for sure. 19th February, Mr. Natsume's lodgings. It's a Professor Layton music. I've never played Professor Layton. But does he have a cannon? Honestly, I was more weirded out by the dress on the cannon, the maid dress. But yeah, why does he have a full-on cannon in this shoddy lodging? He also got a quilt in the top right. May I help you? Yes. Would this be the residence of Mr. John Garridev? Indeed. And what, sir? And who may I say is calling? I haven't played any. They're pretty nice brain teasers. I was spoiled for one of the games because me and a friend talked over them, so, well, it's not really a spoiler considering I never played them and I never really got a chance. I don't know, I just never got around to them. They looked interesting, but well, yeah, never really had the chance. My name is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Mr. Naruhodo is representing Mr. Suzuki Natsume. I believe he takes lodgings here. We would very much like to ask him some questions about our client. A nice way to work at your brain, I moan. When those puzzles are really goddamn hard. I'd say time to make a stream and show off how fucking stupid I am, but I feel like playing a Dr. Layton game on stream would be boring as hell. Also, ignoring the cannons, why does he have straight up mortar shells in the background? And worst of all, straight above the fireplace, so if they roll off, they just go off. One moment, please. I shall convey the message to Mr. Garridev. He also has a French army uniform. He's a connoisseur of war. And a Medal of Honor? That's a Medal of Honor? Did you see that, Mr. Susato? That was a real-life English maid! I know. As I understand it, anyone of standing in English society employs a number of household staff. But that was the first time I've ever seen one in the flesh. Oh, the steak keeps getting better. What is the proper word for somebody that's obsessed with England? I mean, even the American version is like kind of shitty. Just a weep for Britain? Okay, I guess we can go as simple as that. Just straight up Anglophile? Weep for Britain sounds stinkier. It certainly feels like we really arrived now, doesn't it? We only need to meet a butler, and the experience will be complete. Do you think Susato will ever get in a maid uniform? Well, I'm not sure if I'd go that far, but I understand the sentiment. Thank you for waiting. Mr. Garridev will see you now, this way. Holy! He looks like that. Whoa, he's from One Piece. Or rather, One Piece just stole this guy, because this one is older. Holy moly. His pickle hobby hairstyle? It's kind of more the moon to me. Are those water shells? They're enormous. I hadn't noticed. Do you think they might be from the terrestrial dreadnought Marmota? Oh, those old things? Couple of little rounds accidentally. Oh, those old things. Couple of little rounds accidentally fired into the barracks during training, you know. Became a bit of colorful regiment folklore in that incident. You mean you deliberately hunted out the spent shells? Well, ew! Don't stir your tea with your tobacco pipe. What the fuck? That must taste rancid. Was I to make a joke about bombing enemy sandbags? Well, that wouldn't... Maybe it's part French. That wouldn't say deliberately exactly. They're only scrap iron after all. Usually just thrown away, I believe. But you never know when things might come in useful, do you? Useful for what exactly? Yes, well. Joanne here did manage to knock one of the belly things on my foot the other day. I don't know how to French right now. I'm kind of stuck between accents, so I'm choosing neither and just making weird noises. My foot the other day, while she was dusting. How heavy is that lady dusting to roll off a mortar shell? Haven't shed tears since 1869. Before then, you know. Maybe reconsider throwing them away. Wedge empty shells aren't as heavy. Okay, but I still feel like they are pretty heavy. It looks like a Medal of Honor, and it's showcased on a very grand banner. Yes, it's displayed with some pride, I would say. Although, it bothers me that it's not straight. What? That old thing? Sorry? I should be glad to see the back of it, but the General would turn in his grave if I dispose of it. Imagine the horror of being a garbage man making your rounds emptying the local trash cans, and there's just fucking mortar shells in there. So, being a trash man in America? What if somebody just throws away perfectly fine, you know, ammunition, and then it gets compressed, and due to the compression they just go off? So, it's just been polished to shine by accident, I suppose. There appears to be an inspiration on the... what? An inscription on the medal itself. Look. Let me see. It says, for distinguished participation. A participation trophy. Ah. Sounds like the kind of honors even I could be in line for. This isn't accurate. Everybody knows the British fire knives instead of shells and bullets. Well, maybe there were a bunch of knives stuffed into that shell, and once it gets fired, it explodes, releasing all the knives. Well, one doesn't like to blow one's own trumpet, but I was given that from my time in the army. It's like a war crime. Isn't that what people did, though, back in the day? When they ran out of ammunition, they just grabbed a bunch of knives and spoon and, like, you know, tableware, stuffed it into cannons and fired it. Well, yes, but shrapnel is actually illegal. Okay. You know, that's kind of the secret here. You commit the war crime, like you invent a fresh new horror, and then use it before people get around to like, you know, labeling it as a war crime. And until then, you're just the best. Nobody can go against you. And imagine an officer with a number of medals to his name. Of course, common knowledge in military circles. Just win, problem solved. Well, that's the issue though. Nowadays you can't just win. Nowadays, if you want to commit war crimes and not be tried for war crimes, you kind of have to... What is that on the floor? You kind of have to dominate the whole world. Okay, so that's just not important as of right now, I guess. Otherwise, people will call you out and demand you step down, pull your punches. Look at that enormous screen. It must have been put there deliberately, surely. Yes, it certainly seems like someone's trying to hide something from view. What could be behind it, I wonder? Maybe it's just a changing partition? I'm going to have a very quick look. Just a little peek. Maybe let's not mess this up. Guess you could call that on a flat screen. Okay. I think the maid is going to head us up with a cup of tea. The portrait of Mr. Gary there is glaring at me. You noticed that all the little frames contain photographic prints of Mr. Gary Depp as well? Yeah, and there seems to be a statue of a lion on the mantelpiece as well. Oh yes, it seems to come back from the local pawnbroker with a little trinket. Seem to come back? What do you mean? The chap who runs the place is a belly wizard. Went in to sell him something and came out with that thing. Point of fact, now I think about it, I rather often find myself leaving the place with something I don't need. Tell me the dude keeping a whole-ass cannon is single? Guess? No. He's totally banging his maid. Oh, I forgot to read that one. The lion ornament certainly does seem surplus to requirements. Banging. It's giving her backstabs. British version of backshots. That uniform looks familiarly... Oh, looks fairly ancient, doesn't it? It's clearly been well looked after though. That old thing? Not much better than rags, really. Oh. Well, that ceremonial garb at my retirement bash, you know. But I'm not one for dwelling on the past, me. Would have gladly thrown it out, but you know how it is. Anyway, doesn't hurt to have the odd piece of memorabilia lying around, doesn't it? Doesn't. How much you want to bet this guy's just faking being a war hero? Perhaps we should leave the past in the past. Also, you know, ignoring the part that's just lying on the floor I can't inspect. The carpet is burned around here, just where the partition is. I feel like that is more than important to check that one out. I noticed you have a pile of books here, Mr. Gary Depp. Do you enjoy reading? Reminds me of that one guy who had a full-on tank in his basement and the entire town that he lived in knew about it, but nobody thought to tell any authorities. Just a normal tank, or are you talking about the... I don't even know what it was. It had like a special name. Was it the Death Dozer or something? Somebody basically built a tank out of a bulldozer and didn't stop when the police, you know, were trying to apprehend him, and he just crashed into buildings, destroying everything. A normal tank military issue? How do you just get that? How do you just casually get a tank? Ever experienced a London winter, boy? The nights are long. No better way to pass the time than in front of the fire with a jolly good book. You wish you knew? Why, you need a tank? There's a copy of Rand's magazine here, I see. No doubt Mr. Garrett enjoys the adventure of Sherlock Holmes too. The great detective has a great many followers, it would seem. Worst part is the tank wasn't even left by Dick in the barn. Well, there was never a war that started in his town, I guess, so he never got to use it. That's a full-sized cannon. What's it doing here? Oh my, it's real. I thought it might be a replica. That old thing? Little more than a toy. Sorry? The army was selling it off when I retired, so I decided to give it a new home. Never know when the enemy might attack next. Jolly useful to have a cannon about the house. Really? It isn't overkill? Be prepared, I always say. You never know what this twisted world is going to throw at you next, boy. Do you think there may be trouble brewing, Mr. Gary Dell? Always is. Take Joanne here. Never fails to have a clean apron in reserve and dries them over the barrel, you see. They dry well on the cannon there, Joanne tells me, which rather proves my point, I feel. It's been reduced to a drying rack. No wonder the huge cannon looks like it's hanging its head in shame. So... very cool, I guess. Good day to you, John Garrida, at your service. What's the pun here? Is it a mix of Garrison and... I don't know... Depp? Nice to meet you, sir. This is... What? I don't give a shit. Why do I get a fucking pop-up from Google Chrome? Get out of here. This is Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Is it a fence lawyer? Do excuse me not getting up. You're shorter than me. You just back. Oh, I used to be in the army like you, but then I took a shot on the knee. Don't you want to know the latest trashy celebrity news? No, it was like, oh hey, this add-on you got blocked this many ads. You want to know how many more ads it can block? And I'm like, what? No, just be silent. I have you especially so I don't get stupid annoying pop-ups. What are you doing? Know your place, trash. Back in the Battle of Maywand, don't you know? Earned a medal for my pains, but had to withdraw from service, handed over the reins to the up-and-comers. Get those two doesn't even work all the time. I don't think I'd have any issues with it. It's a hell of a job getting up and down stairs now. Can't tell you. Don't get us out much, as you can imagine. Yes, it's quite a climb up here to the second floor, isn't it? I was panting to the top of the stairs. You're panting to get to the second story? You really must take more exercise, Mr. Naruhodo. Do you think so? Well, Mr. Gary Depp, no doubt you were very courageous to earn yourself a medal. Oh, it was nothing. The medal's just for... Folderol? Bless you. Wouldn't like to offend the general, though, so I grudgingly displayed it on the wall. Why don't you fetch it on, Joanne? Let these good people see it properly. What the hell? Dash it all, woman! Be careful! I was gonna make a joke like, what do you think if I hold it on this textbook? How much is she gonna pour? Oh, dearie me! I do beg your pardon, sir. You jolly nearly took me the skin off my hands. I should be more careful, sir. So anyway, there you have it. Living the quiet life now. A folderol is an unnecessary action or word that makes something seem more important than it is. Now then, here you want to know about the chap lodging downstairs, is that right? Also, speaking of, if he owns this entire building, why doesn't he just own the first floor? So he has less trouble with his fucked up knee. Yes, we would be very grateful if you could answer some questions for us. Only two, please, naturally. Especially if it helps to keep the peace here in Blighty. This information was brought to you by the Cambridge University Dictionary. Oh god, the British are invading the stream. We forged an alliance with the Empire of Japan recently, as I'm sure you're aware. So this case is very much on the public eye, as it were. Oh, is it? Even had some famous detective poking around, you know, in this old house, which you believe in. Do you own 2 copies of that? And probably have some around as well. I know I have one of them. I don't know if the rest is Cambridge, up to Cambridge standards. Also got an Oxford dictionary somewhere. Yes, Mr. Sherlock Holmes. Could have been. Didn't catch the chap's name. Not really my cup of tea. All that detective business. Yes, yes. The Oxford Dictionary is mandatory. It truly is. You could kill a man with that. You have a copy of Rand's magazine here, so... no, anyway. Why, the chap's investigating... I forgot her voice. The chap's investigating the foreigner's room as we speak now. So, he's in Suzuki-san's room. A pretentious dude. Oh, it took you this long to figure that out? With him displaying all this shit and then being like, oh, that little thing? Oh, I meant to throw it away, but you know how it is. It always comes back. It's like Purple Guy from Five Nights at Freddy's. I don't like all this fuss. It's jolly unsettling. You got any info for me, my guy? It seems that the incident took place at around 5 in the evening. Did you happen to look out the window at the time? The window. That is a fucked up cake tray. That is a lot of... Whoa, did they accidentally set off the cannon in here? Yeah, we noticed that the window over there looks out of a briar road. The incident took place on the pavement just on the far side of the street. Was there anyone suspicious loitering nearby? Anybody? Come on, you got this. Think hard, old man. 5 o'clock. It's dinner time in the Gary Depp household. I'm afraid I don't remember seeing anything. What you enjoying? No, sir. It would have been dusk outside already at that hour. And with the fog as well, I should think it would have been quite impossible to see the other side of the road. Oh, I see. Did you notice anything else out of the ordinary then? Such as... anything at all, even if it seems unrelated. Well... yes? Well, it's nothing particularly significant, but at around this sort of time... For the love of God, Joanne! Watch what you're doing! Oh, dearie me! What have I done? I'm awfully sorry, sir. Is she covering her own tracks by pouring tea on him every time he tries to say something important? Of course, sir. If I may, Mr. Narrow Hollow. Oh, yeah. I have an exceedingly good memory, And as far as I remember, nothing of any significance took place at that hour. Nothing at all. Okay. Somebody's covering. Don't know what yet, but she's covering. The way you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been... The mighty bean. She just hardcoded to be a lying bitch. Rude, but I can't disagree. The day you were talking before, it sounded rather like there might have been... Oh, well, as I was saying, it was just a trifling matter. Dash it all! What's the matter with you, woman? I'm begging your pardon, sir. Nothing happened. Yes, quite. Nothing happened. We sat down to a quite uneventful meal, huh, Joanne? That's right, Mr. Garrett. What is the matter with those two? It sounds like something happened here in this room on the evening of the incident, but what? Should you? I pressed the wrong button. About Miss Natsume, Mr. Gary Depp, please do tell us. Oh yes, the Japanese chap. Only been lodging here for a week. Oh, just 1 week? So he moved in very recently then. I have 2 lodgers most of the time, one on the ground floor and one just below us. The first floor room became... Is she, like... Maybe take her tea away for the questioning. If you want to know my opinion, well, honestly, not really, after all that's going on here. Did you? Oh my god, those jigger physics. I love this animation. It's so good. I thought he was a shady sort from the moment I set eyes upon him. Oh, why? He seemed to have a most nervous disposition, always shaking and looking over his shoulders. Magnet, shady written across his sweat-soaked brow, if you ask me. I said to myself, Joanne, that man is trouble. Sooner or later, he's going to do something untoward. Sooner or later, Joanne, that guy's going to stab a lady in the back right outside this window. And I'm rarely wrong about anything. He won't be calling this maid as a witness, that's for sure. Was there anything else that struck you as suspicious? Oh, yes, indeed, there was. And she's dying to tell us. The shady lodger. Did you notice anything else at all about your lodger, Mr. Natsume? Oh my word, yes! The man was shadier than an orchard. Orchard. Why did I hard pronounce that one? Could you elaborate? Well, take the man's room. Absolutely stuffed full of books it is. Oh yeah, nothing shadier than a man that knows how to read. Gotta be careful around those, that's all. More than anyone could ever read. Well, maybe it's just a skill issue on your part, lady. And he never so much as passed the time of the day with another living soul. Haven't seen a single visitor at all. He just trots off to that old bookshop every single day and comes back at 5 to light the gas fire. And the funny little man is up long past the time everyone else in the house has gone to bed too. How would you know that if you're sleeping already? Oh, I see. The gentleman on the ground floor goes to bed at around 9 each night. I've never known the Japanese fella to retire any earlier than 2 in the morning. Ah. Could you clarify something, I wonder? What, pray? How do you know so much about Mr. Natsume's routine? Oh! I'd understand that neither of the lodgers live on this floor of the house, is that correct? That's right, yes. They are both below us, on the first floor on street level. Then, how's it that you know so much about the lives of your lodgers? The precise times that they come back in the evening, for example. Even the times they go to bed. Jesus Christ. They're being a bunch of sussy buckers right now. Something doesn't add up here. Could you tell us which floor Mr. Natsume's room is on? The first one. Pay attention, my guy. Just below us on the first floor. Mr. Sholmes is investigating there even as we speak. Yes, told me Nuts, his name, had asked him to look into the matter, so I gave him the key. Mr. Natsume has engaged Mr. Sholmes' services? That's a blatant lie. Would it be alright if we also had a look around? In Mr. Natsume's room, I mean. I don't see why not. That's just down one flight of stairs. Who knows if we'll find anything that could help us with the case. We have to try. We need all the clues we can lay our hands on, shall we? Yes, and while we're there, we'll speak with Mr. Sholmes again. Perhaps you'll be able to tell us more. That's not. How do I? What? Huh? It says that it's my D-pad, but it's not my D-pad. I'm guessing it's actually messed up because I'm not using the Xbox controller. Oh, look. Let me just clear that mouse by the way. What a wonderful collection of cakes lined up on that gleaming silver cake stand. Lined up? Looks more like someone has half demolished them to me. Afternoon tea is a time of indulgence, you know. It's quite the English way. It's Mr. Garrett's custom to take 2 cakes with his tea. That sounds delightful. It sounds kind of like diabetes. Oh, wait a minute though. There are at least 10 cakes on this cake stand. Rich fuck. Well, naturally, it would never do to waste the leftovers. So whatever Mr. Garrett doesn't eat, I say to myself, Joanne, you shall have to tidy up. How magnanimous of you. This window looks over Briar Road, where the young woman was attacked. Oh yeah, you can make out the policeman on the far side of the road investigating the crime scene. The glass is rather murky, isn't it? You can't see very clearly. So the maid doesn't clean the windows? Very good. Is this thing open at all, I wonder? I shouldn't underestimate the bitterness of a London winter, sir. Sorry? As soon as you open that window, the tea will freeze in the pot. No Londoner would go opening windows at dusk in the middle of winter, I assure you. It's very unlikely that these two would have seen anything of the incident then. Oh, wait. Oh, I see what's happening. The table originally, I'm guessing, was standing over here. Then they moved it in a hurry, which made this candle stand fall over, which is why the candle is still over here, which burned a hole into the carpet here and left some, you know, residual burning on the floor. I have no idea what this broken rack is over here yet, though. What that has to do with anything. This old candle holder looks a little out of place here, wouldn't you say? Yeah, you're right. It's clearly supposed to be gold, but it's almost completely black for some reason. Oh, that old thing, yeah. Just a cheap piece of ironmongery. Gimcracks, really. The house, the wall outside is crooked cause something smashed into the wall from in there. Oh, that could also be it. And remember how towards the crime scene, part of the fence was also missing? Plus the bicycle, and they probably just moved the bicycle around the corner. I used it when I was studying, don't you know? So what the fuck happened here? Maybe they accidentally... Well, they can't have accidentally shot the cannon. But maybe they accidentally shot tableware out of the cannon? I mean, the cannonball itself would explain why the whole house is crooked. But how does that, you know, tie in with the case? I used it when I was studying, don't you know, for my commission. I know it's old, hardly worth hanging on to really, but, well, it still has its uses sometimes. Of course. Does everything in this room have some elaborate... Wait! Hear me out. My original crackpot, you know, just being tea funny, is actually correct. Because they store the mortar shells on the fireplace and she knocked them over as she was dusting, she didn't drop them on his foot. She dropped them and they went too close to the fire and went off. Which one banged straight into the wall and the other bashed over the table, which flung a knife outside the window or something. Into the streets, into the lady. Does everything in this room have some elaborate backstory behind it? Yeah, memories, Mr. Naruhodo. Memories. One in the Rube Goldberg machine? I mean, it would make certain sense, but it still wouldn't make sense that the jittery Mr. Natsume didn't hear the bang, but maybe he was just too focused on something else. It also still doesn't tie in with the policeman and his wife not hearing a bang or anything and just straight accusing Mr. Natsume. There's crockery on display here. It's rather unusual, isn't it? Oh my, a genuine London dresser, isn't it delightful? Although the shelves seem to be broken, and the crockery is, oh dear, it's in pieces. It really is. The work cracked wouldn't do that chinaware justice. Oh, I wonder. Perhaps the cannon was fired at it. Yeah, probably something like that. But let's not delve into it deeper here. Yeah, let's wait for day 3 or something of the trial. What? Kitty! 19th February, Mr. Natsume's room. Whoa. Just look at this place. And smell it. It's so musty in here. Well, he doesn't have a window and 10,000 books, so... I suppose it's the mountains of all books that are responsible for that. Bro doesn't even get a window. Sad life. The poor man's life. I don't think I've ever seen so many books in all my life. No, me neither. It's so dark in here too. But you'd still 1.5k a month in rent. That's lowballing it, honestly. And better not let the landlord know that you have a pet. Is that the window over there? Well, it was the window, I think. Yeah, once upon a time. For some reason, it's been closed up with bricks and mortar. So this is where Mr. Natsume lives. Please stop talking so I can pet the cat. By the way, I haven't spotted Mr. Sholmes anywhere. Have you? No, that's true, but according to what Mr. Garrideb told us, a great detective should be around here somewhere investigating. What if he's just done and gone home? Kitty! No! Oh my, what an adorable little cat. Perhaps he's looking after all the books while his master's away. I don't know about that. He disappeared into the pile of books as quickly as a flash. It was a tricolor Mickey, wasn't it? Do they even have that sort of cat here in Great Britain? Perhaps Mr. Natsume brought the little creature with him from Japan. That's made me feel homesick now. Already? We've only been in the country for 2 days. Yeah, but those 2 days were kind of messed up already. Well, I guess we'll have to do with this one. Oh, look! It's a beckoning cat from home. It's a bit big and bulky, isn't it? Surely Mr. Natsume didn't bring that Maneki Neko all the way from Japan with him. I hardly think you're in a position to comment, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you forgetting the enormous Daruma doll that you brought in your luggage? Well, it can be dangerous traveling aboard. I wanted a lucky charm. Well, I imagine Mr. Natsume wanted the same. And his cat is sure to beckon good luck to him. It's not doing a good job so far, is it? But it brought us to him. Well, not really, but... You mustn't say such things. I didn't say a word. My eyes, such giveaways. What else do we have here? Fan mail? Hot? The trash can full of used tissues? This appears to be some sort of meter on the wall here. It looks very robust. I don't know what it's for. There's a slot for inserting coins here too. Oh my god. No way the landlord bricked his window so he doesn't get natural light and he has to pay money to get his gas lamp to work. I like how Japan has this whole thing with shrine talismans and we apparently don't believe in gods, so we picked a giant Daruma instead. Isn't a Daruma also something kind of in the same vein? I believe that's a gas meter, Mr. Naruhodo. Gas meter? Yes, it seems there's a piped gas in this district, which consumers pay for by putting coins in the meter. So if we put a coin in the slot, there would be enough gas to use the light and the gas fire for the whole night. If you're too poor to have a coin, You'd have to spend the night in the dark and freezing cold. That's right. As would a rich man who only carried crisp white notes. London is a scary place. That's really messed up. I know they were a thing, but come on. Look at all those books stacked up there. They almost reached the ceiling. They're all works of English literature, and they all smell so musty. This volume of books to hand, you'd never be short of reading material, would you? No, what a dreamy idea. A bad dream, maybe, for me at least. Mind you, I don't imagine the book that's at the bottom of the pile now will ever be read again. So reading is an experience that comes but once in a lifetime, just as the tea ceremony teaches us. Okay, sure, yeah. I certainly didn't expect the conversation to turn down the path of tea ceremony philosophy. Do you even call this a window? I think so. It was a window at one time, after all. Although, all that remains is a frame around some bricks now. So really, it's just a wall then, isn't it? But why would anyone deliberately brick it up like that? I'm afraid I have no idea. Perhaps Mr. Natsume painted the brick design on a... What? In a fit of whimsy? That's alarmingly feasible. Anyway, whatever the reason, the lack of ventilation in here makes the place very oppressive. It does. I imagine being cooped up in a room like this would be extremely tiring. Not tiring. That desk seems to be wedged into a crevasse between the mountains of books on either side. Suppose Mr. Natsume would sit there and read while stroking his cat. But surrounded on all sides by these towering old tomes, surely he dreamt of books every night as well. Yes, he must have done, mustn't he? What's this? It's a receipt from a second-hand bookshop. Your books. Yes. Mr. Natsume's name is on it. Look, and the date of purchase. 2 days ago, 4:45. The day of the incident. It's just a short while before he was embroiled in the terrible attack. He must have been on his way back from buying some old books. Okay. Time to check around the room. There he is. Look, Mr. Autism. Aha, there he is. Where did he appear from? He seems to be engrossed in the pages of an old book. I hope you won't mind if we disturb him. Hello, Mr. Sholmes. What voice did he have? I really should have studied up. Oh, good day. I don't think I gave him a cool voice. Let me see. What was it that we meant? Oh, Mr. Sholmes. We were together on the SS Burya. Yes, of course. The Burya. And let me see. What happened on that voyage? It was Kazuma Sogi. He died, tragically. But you were a great help to us. Ah, yes, but of course. The case of Mr. Asogi. It was the one with the snake, wasn't it? Well, you seem to remember something of it at least. What an honor to be remembered vaguely by the great Herlock Sholmes. You have low self-esteem, like your bars on the floor. Even the small ones together would be beyond exhausting. Why did you don't give them ideas? Oh no, my dear madame, hold your tongue. I pride myself on my superior powers of recollection. Your names are safely recorded in my brain attic. Miss Naruto and Mr. Susato. Try the other way around, Mr. Jones. I lose the first round. Not his Mind Palace, no, that is copyright. In truth, I had hoped to invite you both to my Baker Street suite the day we arrived in London. But some Scotland Yarders ambushed me at the railway station and whisked me away to the crime scene. It was an entirely trivial case, of course. I solved the matter in no more than 30 minutes. They apprehended Sasuke-san in that short an amount of time. I'm afraid the pursuance of a new case has dulled my recollection of my past involvements a little. It is a mistake to think that one's brain attic has elastic walls and can distend to any extent. I do my best to forget unless useless facts, lest they should elbow out the useful ones. Yes, those are my own words of inimitable wisdom, you know, from an adventure entitled A Study in Scarlet. Please, there's no need to quote yourself. I don't always remember my pearls of wisdom, but fortunately, my associate pens them beautifully. He means Iris, I suppose. Mr. Sholmes, we have some extremely important questions to ask you about the trivial case you just mentioned. Goodness, what an honest expression. My dear madam, I should be only too pleased, as this murky room is an apt place to discuss the murky case. We know this to be the lodgings of a Japanese foreign student by the name of Satsuki Natsume. It seems that you assisted his arrest, Mr. Jones. The stabbing of a young woman outside here on Briar Road. Natsume. Yes, I believe it was a name rather long along those lines. Mr. Sholmes denies that. What? But Mr. Natsume denies that. I cannot read. Was it really justifiable to arrest him in so little? I'm sorry, Miss Susato, but I have not the slightest idea what you mean. Huh? I can't believe he was looking Susato's son squarely in the eye while feigning ignorance. I assure you, I'm not merely feigning ignorance. Okay, do I have a condition where I don't have enough voice and I just speak to myself out loud? It would appear as if the pair of you are under some misapprehension. Oh, how? I assure you I have no recollection of accusing your stooped compatriot of a crime. But that doesn't make sense. The good detective of Scotland Yard made the following request of me, and I quote verbatim. We need you to ascertain the identity and whereabouts of a man seen fleeing the crime scene. A man seen fleeing. There were a number of books scattered on the pavement at the scene. From the book plates, I was quickly able to determine the bookshop from which they had been purchased. On speaking with the proprietor, I was immediately led to his address. Elementary, wouldn't you say? I believe there's a receipt around here somewhere that from the establishment in question. So you don't think Mr. Natsume is the culprit then? That I could not tell you. But it was aggravating my faculties, hence why I returned here. However, this place is such a trove of fascinating books. I found myself quite lost in bibliophilia. Bibliophilia. Okay, yeah, no. Do not be deceived into believing that I am a man of leisure. No, no, no. Oh dear. I love how quickly even Susato is just disillusioned. Oh, tell me, have you encountered the landlord of these lodgings? Yeah, Mr. Garrett, a retired military man. It was the first time I've ever met a soldier from the great British institution that is the services. And it was the first time I've ever met a maid from the great British institution that is service. I didn't think it was that funny. I do apologize. As you may well be aware, I think I need to change his voice. I think this is too close to the voice I do for Vampire Reaper. As you may well be aware, many households in London employ a maid. Yes, I read as much in my Great Britain primer. And so, conversely, whether or not a household employs a maid has come to betoken the social standing of those dwelling therein. Betoken the social standing? Sorry? Put simply, my dear fellow, those who employ at least a single maid are considered middle class. Those who do not are beneath that. Could you not sneakily hire your own daughter or like another family member as a maid and just pretend that you're middle class and, you know, weasel your way up like that? In the upper echelons of society, of course, households employ enough staff to constitute a large family. Goodness, how extraordinary! As you can appreciate, for those on the precarious boundary between the middle and lower classes, being able to afford just one maid is of the first importance. I had no idea. And it is for precisely that reason that I find great stimulation in this situation upstairs. Specifically in the retired army veteran, Mr. John Garrett. Oh. Affable as he is, the fellow is hiding something. Whether or not it imposes on the circumstances is, in this case, I am as yet unable to ascertain. I'm thoroughly lost on what he means to say. I'm not used to it, okay? I'm sorry. Maybe I should just use mouse and keyboard. That's probably gonna be easier on my brain. I'm gonna keep making mistakes. I almost did the same thing again. This room is thoroughly suffocating for the soul, my dear fellow. I assure you, a man whose lot is to dwell in a place such as this will stab somebody sooner or later. What this dark little room, Mr. Sholmes? Is there no longer a window? Do you have any idea? Also, who's feeding the cat? It's been 2 days. A window? Well, I mean, I can clearly see that there is a window of sorts. But it's been completely blocked with bricks. Ah, I see. To answer that question, it's quite simple. It's a cat. It's only alive if observed. Fair enough. Also, it's a cat in, like, old-timey London. There's probably a ton of rats that just run about. Window tags. Window tags? What is that? Surely not a tax on windows? Honestly, that sounds weirdly familiar. I might have heard about that some, like, ages ago. Until relatively recently, a tax was levied on households in this country by the number of their windows. Those of lesser means, having inherited a sizable and costly family home perhaps, rapidly closed windows up. While the rich opened windows here, there and everywhere. In an effort to curry favor with those in power by furnishing them with large sums of tax money. How awful and unjust, forcing people to live in rooms devoid of light. Indeed. Disease was rife as a result. Basically, you can tell how rich somebody is based on their windows. Honestly, I think I would just circumvent the system by hammering a giant hole into the... if I was poor. Hammering a giant hole into the side of my building and just installing a door there, and then just propping that open. Being like, well, it's not a window, it's just a door. Ignore that it's hovering 5 feet above the ground. So, some 40 years ago, or thereabouts, the window tax was abolished. But its legacy remains, as you can see, in squalid lodgings such as these, for example. I suppose Mr. Natsume's stipend for living here in London isn't very generous, perhaps. It would appear so. I've done a little digging. That explain those weird doors some buildings have on the first and second floor which seemingly lead to nowhere. Isn't that usually just an American-only thing, though? Like the... what's it called? The Winchester Mansion or something? Where the owner just kept on scribbling crazy building plans because she was convinced she was haunted by ghosts. And she had to trick them. Because the room is so awful, I should think. Apparently Mr. Natsume only moved in here about 1 week ago. As Americans won't pull your money from your pocket with stupid laws and taxes. Okay, but I don't think... I mean, they might have had a window tax, but... who... That would have to be, like, by state. Because America is way too big a place to, you know, check every home. I don't believe the low rent is explained by the shabby nature of the accommodation. Oh? Still, that is of little relevance here. A matter not worthy of further attention. Only reason they wouldn't have a window tax is because the British have it. Well, I believe I've told you all I can now. Thanks, Mr. Sholmes. Oh, yes, Mr. Naruhodo. Was it not your intention to become a practitioner of law? Remember that, did you? Will you perhaps be offering your services in this very matter, I wonder? The occupant of this room, Mr. Natsume, was it? Not sure. On what grounds? Well, I actually defended someone in court here only yesterday. Really? Well, then I congratulate you, sir, on an ambition realized. And so promptly, too. The thing is, it's really made me question things. Am I right to believe in my clients? To trust in their innocence? Yes, trust. Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Natsume didn't do it, did he? No! My dear fellow, I haven't the first idea. Oh, but I thought that's why you were here. Didn't you come back to investigate? Oh, yes. That was indeed my initial intention. But there are simply too many fascinating books here. Couldn't possibly ignore them. Oh, I see. Nevertheless, there are two facts that I can state quite unequivocally. The man who fled the scene of a crime 2 days ago was the Japanese occupant of this room, and there are witnesses who swear on having seen the same man commit the crime. That is all I can say. Oh, and one more thing. Oh, what does it, Mr. Sholmes? Tell us! I cannot say with any certainty whether or not it is of relevance to this case, but I'm quite sure that the retired army man who owns this property is hiding somewhere as something. Mr. Garrett, Mr. Sholmes said as much before, actually, didn't he? Anyway, at present, that is really all that plays on my mind in relation to this case. Mr. Naruhodo, as yet our investigations have uncovered nothing that could help establish Mr. Natsume's innocence. Ah, you're right. Perhaps it's time we probe a little deeper into Mr. Garrideb's secret. Just remember, I cannot be sure whether the landlord's secret will prove to be of relevance or not. But I wish you every success, of course, Mr. Naruhodo. That was kind of tame. A busy man indeed. He's gone back to his book in the corner of the room. I can't even look at my own court record. What's going on? Picture of Monsieur Lecoq. A meal for Gaboriao. Canterbury yearnings. Sum of 2 shillings tendered in receipt. Any French name? Oh, you pair again. Tell me, was the detective chap, I forgot his name, still hard at work down there? Mr. Sherlock Sholmes? Oh, yes. Rings a vague bell. All that detective business isn't really my thing, I'm afraid. Well, Mr. Sholmes is his element down there. Jolly good show. Another cup of tea, if you please, Joanne. Now then, why don't you tell me what... Yeah! The umpteenth time, woman. Will you watch what you're barely well doing? I shall be supervising dinner shortly, so... Hmm? Ah, yes, of course. Frightfully rude of me, but I'm afraid I shall have to ask you to take your leave, if you'd be so kind. Oh, yes, of course. We're deeply grateful for your assistance. You 1 second real quick, I have to double check something. I think I forgot something on the side. Shouldn't take long though. Not at all, not at all. Don't get much chance to talk with young foreigners like yourselves. It's been a pleasure. Any moment. Swoop. I think it's that. Probably, surely. Beautiful. Okay, we're good. Best of luck and all that, and perhaps you could see yourselves out. According to Mr. Shones, Mr. Garrett is hiding something. And since no other avenues of investigation seem open to us at the moment, perhaps we should do some digging. Well, he just tells us to bugger off and he's vibing. I mean... Whoa... Did he flash step? Mr. Sholmes! Haha, we meet again, my dear fellows. Oh, gracious! Where did you sneak in here? Hello, Sholmes, sir, and your servants. Whatever are you doing over by the window? I'm given to watching the evening sky as the sun sets, madame. Yet sadly, cheerful as the room downstairs undoubtedly is, it lacks an aperture for such observations. So I took the liberty of borrowing a small corner of space by the window up here. This guy's built differently, physically and mentally. Well, not in the same way though. He's built different physically well, he's built different mentally ill. Keeping an eye on someone's windows at dusk is the prudent thing to do in London, I'm gathering. Ah, and one other thing, Mr. Naruhodo. Oh, me? I thought perhaps you might be in need of a certain great detective's great mind, yes! Wait, he's not talking about... Is he? I didn't expect to be going through that again so soon. Do you mean Mr. Sholmes? There is a mighty secret in this modest room. I see even the most trivial of trifles. I take it you're prepared, Mr. Naruhodo. I think so. There's just time enough for one of my great admired great deductions. Greatly admired. Let us conclude the matter before dusk. Or dark. My great dear Mr. Garridad. That would seem you're a military man of considerable distinguished service. Your standing as a landlord is most certainly not what one might call first-rate. Oh. I'm afraid so. That it is all too clear to me. There are two conclusions I have been able to draw by careful observation of your living arrangements. I beg your pardon. The first is that even as we speak, you're concealing the presence of a ferocious beast in your care. Eh? And the second is that as a result of the beast's violent rampage, you've lost something very dear to you. Did the cat tip over the lamp thing and then jump on the mantle and knock over the bullet? Was it not the maid? But why would he hide that he has a cat? Mr. Naruto, look! The old man's broken out in a cold sweat. Unbelievable. Mr. Shom's conclusions are both spot on. Oh, how could you possibly? How could I possibly know? You mean to inquire? And the answer couldn't be simpler, sir. From the dense jungle of logic and reasoning, I am the king of beasts. Can already feel the editing. It's like a belt tightening. And I know only too well that wild beasts are not easily tamed. Please say rawr. Shall we begin? Once again, Herlock Sholmes is proud to present logic and reasoning spectacular. A game is afoot. Nature of the beast. It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. And thus we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? Ah, for a man with a military breeding, you guys are uncommonly candid. The furtive glance, Mr. Garrett, leads us directly to the answer. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that lion statue. Yes, though an army man, you appear unimposing at best. The fact that has fueled your admiration. What effect that has fueled your admiration for the mighty lion, the king of beasts? What is this piffle, I ask you? In the end, your admiration became so great, in fact, that you had a living, breathing specimen shipped from India, which you tried to keep in this very house. What? What, does he have a slap mark on his face? Yet living with such a wild beast proved more difficult than you had imagined. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well, yet as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to? Madame. Me? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to see with one glance in your direction. It is? Your dress pocket gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. For protruding from it is a handbill advertising a circus show. How do you know it's for a circus show? Yes, you sought to dispose of this terrifying lion, Mr. Garrett, at Betty's circus. A traveling show currently is sojourning at a nearby park. I've observed the tents. You sold the savage lion, sir, to the circus troupe. I most certainly did not. I believe I have made my point. The fearsome beast which ran amok in this room was an Indian lion. And a simple visit to the circus will now reveal the lion prancing jubilantly through a ring of fire. Asiatic? No, Mr. Garda. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Isn't outlandish enough to not be true in the Ace Attorney universe? I mean, yeah, I could see all of this happening. But I still thought there was a line in here. Indeed. In that blithesome pose, the distress this loss has caused you is veritably tangible. You had weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that supporting arm. Amid fits of tears, you let your beloved beast go. The strain of losing something so dear to you is clearly visible in your visage. Nonsense, man. I simply... But what we must ask ourselves now is the true cause of this pain. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. And yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Every envelope contains another demand for payment. For cartloads of meat, potatoes, wheat, and tea. What's happening? It's like... I give up. Controller disconnects for like 1 flimsy second because the cable is kind of weird. And then it won't connect ever again. We're just forever playing with mouse and keyboard now. Indeed, defeating your beloved has had a devastating impact on your financial circumstances of your household. And so you had no choice but to let it go. Yes, well, you can play Dark Souls 3 with mouse and keyboard. We're not playing everything with mouse and keyboard, we're just playing this with mouse and keyboard. I don't hate myself that much. No. In the final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. Sounds like quitters talk to me. Well, you played with mouse and keyboard then. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive wooden carpet, if I am not woolen carpet, if I'm not mistaken. Oh dearie me. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? It Dark Souls 2 with mouse and keyboard, which is arguably worse. Dear lord. This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the culprit, we need only look at the Tower of Cakes. There's no creature more dangerous on this earth than a beast with an unsatiated appetite. Oh yeah, and with 2 people in the room, the lion jumps for the cake. Was it or was it not once said by a certain noblewoman, if they have no bread, let them eat cake? Food is at the heart of all tragedy, in fact. What do you mean? This guy is honored right now. But not the case. Having tried to taste what? Having tired of the taste of cake, the beast began to stalk its next prey. I'm sure I need not spur... Oh, I think I just noticed that. Look at the coat. from the guy himself. I think it's also singed. I'm sure it need not spell out the nature of this final act of destruction carried out by the beast. There's only one logical conclusion. Also, I think his ass is a bit singed. Worked into a frenzy by hunger, the lion attacked and ate the carpet. The teeth marks on the carpet are a perfect match with those of a lion I once saw in India. It must have been the same lion indeed. Brother? Thus concludes Sherlock Holmes' great deduction of this beastly puzzle. How does this guy ever solve a case before he meets us, by the way? Or does the police just go with it and lock everybody up? Is this like Japan and if you're convicted, you're just 99% chance that you're found guilty? Okay, even they're like, what the hell is happening? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Garrett. I'm afraid I didn't notice. Their voices are too weird. My deductions can be startlingly sharp. It stands to reason that your cup runneth over. Fucker. Indeed, my revelations can make people spill tears at times too. Think his roommate actually just fixes all his mistakes? Honestly, that might be true. Mr. Sholmes, sorry to butt in again. Could you make an observation? Could I make an observation? Why, certainly, Mr. Naruhodo. What is it? Again? Well, your deductions just now. Do you really think a lion could have fit inside a room of this size? Indeed. It's the only explanation for the facts. The terrifying truth all too often lies beyond the realms of common sense. Wouldn't it be an idea to consider what lies inside the realm of common sense as well? But if an uncaged lion has run amok in this very room, surely Mr. Gary Depp and his mate would have been hurt or worse. Ah, that's where you are stuck. No doubt the former military man held his own against the beast using that large cannon. This guy's living in a fantasy world. He needs to be locked up in an insane asylum. I thought you said that they sold the lion to the circus. And what about the food? Meat and potatoes are one thing. But I don't believe I've ever heard of a lion that drinks tea. Ah, yes, my dear Miss Susato. It occurs to me with some regularity that irrespective of race and breeding, whenever anyone lands in Great British soil, they're infused with a highly appropriate taste for afternoon tea. This is the snake drinking milk all over again. Oh, what a glorious notion. Don't feed his delusions. Well then, Mr. Naruhodo, it's your turn to shine again. I had a feeling that was coming. A slight massage. That's all Mr. Sholmes' deductions need. You can do it. Excellent. You've been waiting for my trusty partner in deduction to step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. I've been waiting. You don't even know yet whether or not this is going to help with Mr. Natsume's case. My brain needs every time after you see this man. Just a nice little massage. Get in all those wrinkles, smooth them out. Uncovering the truth is always worthwhile, whatever the motivation. At least, that's what I want to believe. Let us start again. From the beginning. Oh, Sherlock Sholmes' logic and reasoning spectacular! Course correction. Hold it! It certainly shouldn't take a great detective to see that a fearsome beast has been on the rampage of late within these four walls. Thus, we are faced with the question, what form might this beast take? For a man with a military breeding, you are uncommonly candid. Your feud of glance, Mr. Gary Depp, leads us directly to the answer. The true matter of the beast. That is... run rampant here. I really didn't see that lion thing coming. No, but if you observe Mr. Gary Depp's reaction, it rather seems as though some beast did indeed run amok in this room. Yes, something with a very fierce nature. But it couldn't have been a lion transported from India. So, what was it then? We must follow Mr. Gary Depp's gaze. That will lead us to the true answer. Can I just call this out?
Take that!
Take that! Get mortared, lion from India. You've now obtained an air fryer? Oh hell yeah. Welcome to the Quick and Easy Meals Club. The true identity of the beast that tore this room apart is these shells. With their butter wouldn't melt accomplice. What? With their butter wouldn't melt accomplice the cannon? What the fuck are these? These phrases they throw out. I'm spending the past 30 minutes on Amazon picking one. Nice. But it was good for anything. It brings only destruction. Something we must all strive to understand. That deduction was wanting in every way. Yes, I was wanting you to hear that. I'm quite proud of it. I found myself wanting never to have heard it. I'm quite pained by it, in fact. Oh, come on, buddy. What? But there's nothing else here. Wait, wasn't there a way for me to look around? Wait. Oh yeah, there it is.
Take that!
Take that! Ex-wife? That's the ferocious beast? Are we going there? Behind the lion statue on the mantelpiece, almost deliberately hidden from view, is a photograph. Though I have yet to examine it in detail, I can assure you that it holds the answer. Because I'm employing an extremely advanced detection technique called jumping to conclusions, you see. What spectacular, contrived logic led you to this mindless conclusion? Oh, well, it's supposed to be a logic and reasoning spectacular, so I thought I'd contribute to the show. This is my show, Mr. Naruhodo. Can't you perform any peculiar experiments on your own stage? What? Wait, what? Okay, hold on. I kind of need to save. I'm starting to die. But there's... Huh? Is it just the lion statue itself? Is this one of those cases in Ace Attorney where there's no real answer? Perhaps if we did live with the lion... Oh, I can inspect things. It would prove to be a rather sweet companion. I think that's like a more strength to tell its family that the cat around the house is sweet. I suppose it is a bit of a flight of fancy, isn't it? Anyway, the beast we're looking for is something else. Let's have a good look around. Okay, what if I turn around and inspect this? Oh, it's not a wife, it's a daughter. It's this photograph. Used to be from Mr. Gary Depp's wedding. It is a what? That's a small wife. He looks very happy, doesn't he? So the wife has a flower ring, we know that much. He does, but you can't make out his bride. No, how unfortunate. Something must have struck the glass directly over the woman's face. I don't know what happened. Probably best not to delve in too deeply there. I think powerful would be kinder than plump, Mr. Naruto. Oh my, can you imagine somebody just describes you as powerful? I don't know if I would, honestly, I think I would actually feel like I'm getting complimented. Yeah, she certainly looks that. There's a lot of horsepower there. That's someone you'd want to upset, that's for sure. What is happening? Oh look, have you noticed the wedding ring? It's very large, isn't it? Yeah, that's an unusual design. Looks like some sort of embellished sunflower. Thick with all the C's. So can I present her?
Take that!
Oh yeah, he's got the groove on. The true nature of the beast that has run rampant here is revealed by that newly wed bride. Precisely, Mr. Naruhodo. And as you might have figured, when I said lion, that was just his sweet talk name for her. And she's from India, so technically I was still correct. No other explanation could possibly fit. Do you think it's the victim? Considering that we're not supposed to say because she's powerful, she got a lot of horsepower. This framed print picture your wife pictures your wife, Mr. Garridon. And well, we lament the fact that her face is obscure. We can still make out her mighty arms and the considerable horsepower they must contain. Okay. Oh, indeed. Surely any woman with such a powerful constitution would be honored to be described as a beast. How the hell does the right bloodline even exist? That's a good question. I'm honored. Might be stretching the... honored might be stretching the point. Too late. The fact remains that the beast which has so clearly savaged this room Was your wife, Mr. Garrido? I love that they still played the Linus rule. The chilling traces of a wild rampage are still very much in evidence. Well... Yet, as we look around, the beast in question fails to present itself. Where could this angry creature have disappeared to, madame? Me? Or do you think she's a strong woman at the circus? I pray you do not consider me unchivalrous, but it is plain to me that we are okay. You know what? We read most of this. Let's skip straight to the meat and potatoes. The poor, fragile, defenseless woman is besides also. Well, I don't know about fragile. Oh, dear. Anyway, Mr. Sholmes is quite right. There's no sign of a Miss Garrido anywhere. It seems there may be a clue as to her whereabouts. A clue that this maid is trying to hide. Where Mr. Garrido's wife could be. I can kind of see it. Yeah. She's wearing a very large ring. Look. Yes, a sunflower design with some rather nice embellishments. It's on the ring finger on her left hand. Oh my god, they're doing the strat that I called out with the daughter, where just the wife pretends to be a maid, so they get a better standing in society. They're just role-playing, kind of. The maid killed the wife to get the old fart to herself. Yes, yes. No. It's surely a wedding ring. Looks like it's on there for life too. Can't imagine it would slide off a finger of that. Can we stop fucking size-shaming that poor lady? Holy god. That's something to think, Mr. Naruhodo, not to say. Do you know Mr. Garrido's wife in the photograph had a ring very much like this one? It was a large sunflower design as well. Really? You have a great memory of these things. Dude, it was 3 seconds ago. But haha, woman fat Lamar. Sorry, I forgot Japanese humor. A large sunflower wedding ring. It's quite a coincidence that they have the same ring, isn't it? Yeah. Pure coincidence, surely.
Take that!
Your wedding gives us a handsome clue as to the beast's current whereabouts. Japanese humor is only slightly better than Korean humor when it comes to that. I think they're pretty equal. Indeed it does. That flowery band gleaming on your finger gives you away. The foot is identical to the one shown on the hand of Mr. Garrido's bride on this photographic print. In other words, you're no ordinary household maid. Like in Korea, you get bullied even harder. Oh yeah, I didn't... I thought you were thinking about the quality of the jokes, not about the actual bullying and shaming. No. You're Mr. Garrido's lucky bride. You are the Miss Garrido herself. Word! Hey, a word? I'm the wife? That's crazy talk! Well, jolly fine detecting, so... Jiggle physics? Dude, when she smacks her one cheek and it ripples through her entire face to the other cheek, it's so good. As you rightfully surmised, this is my wife. Yes, Miss Joanne. My Joanne. Rather letting herself go. Okay. I mean, this one's on you. it would appear that you don't live in the most comfortable of circumstances. I want to know what the arrest that he said was. But she was a belly corker back? A belly corker. After all, you're a retired army man, yet you're in the business of renting out rooms. I would assume, therefore, you have insufficient means to employ a maid. Would that be correct? That's not right. I tell you. I was second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment. A man has his pride, don't you know? By golly. It's a sorry thing that when a chap can't even afford to have a single mate in his employ. Yes, here in London, one is rather judged. A household cannot be considered worthy of society if it employs no staff at all. Though, in my considered opinion, such concerns about appearances are a folly. Truly the most first word of problems? Kinda, yeah. I mean, doesn't staff usually live in the place they work? So if you're too poor to afford a maid and don't want to get judged by society, just become a maid or a butler to a rich household and be done for life. The servants' room? Well, I mean, free housing, plus money. You mean Mr. Garrideb has his wife work as his maid? Precisely. Am I right, Mr. Garrideb? Only in company, obviously. But listen here. This must remain a secret. Tip-top secret. Please. The raging wife. So what? We changed this conclusion to carpet gnawed on by starving wife? Obviously, he says, like having your wife be basically your slave wasn't normal back then. Oh, Mr. Garrideb. It is plainly clear that you still have deep feelings for this formidable beast. Indeed, in that blessed pose. So Sholmes is quite something. He's still calling Mr. Garrideb's wife a beast. Yes, as a woman, that feels rather uncomfortable. But Miss Garrideb is standing beside her husband as we speak. He's just nursing his cheek after he got slapped. I mean, yeah, that's what the handprint is most likely from. And considering that it is on his right cheek, that means she slapped him with her left hand, which is the hand where the fat ring is on, so double damage. +2 to bludgeoning. Oh, how true. So perhaps that supporting arm that seems to be propping up his head has some other significance to them? According to Mr. Sholmes, Mr. Garrideb's pain is tangible though. What could that pose of his really signify? Sure. Let me see that slapped cheek, my boy. Oh my. Look at that bright red mark. Gosh, that's quite something. And clearly made by somebody's hand. You know how much horsepower you need to leave that much of a handprint? A lot. Mr. Garrideb has been slapped on the face, it seems. Hard. I've seen such a clearly defined mark. If I could have done such a thing. Well, there's a very limited number of candidates, I'd say. Take that! had a very clearly defined hand mark on my stomach once. Because a drunk friend thought it might be funny to just smack the shit out of me. Right over the eye too. Well, at least she kind of tried to miss it by doing the spark. Your head weighs heavy on your shoulders. The pain you feel being revealed by that slapped cheek. Sometimes you have hand marks on your stomach after waking up. Oh. Must be that sleep paralysis demon getting freaky. And of course, the deliverer of that impressive mark on your cheek that refuses to feign. Was you, Madame Joanne Garridam? Well, yes. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. It's you rolling on your stomach with hand stuck on me? Well, yeah, I mean... I figured it wasn't an actual demon sneaking into your room and smacking your stomach. You have been desperate to hide the slap mark on your cheek, sir. Good old domestic abuse. Sleep paralysis demon prefers head pads? Honestly? Lucky draw. Oh, the blazes. How did you work that out, man? Oh, I don't know. I walked a slight degree to the left or right. Nothing escapes the notice of one trained in the art of observation, my dear fellow. That's why you haven't looked directly at us even once. To keep your other side from view. Voila. Now, let us proceed to the next conundrum. Why are we subjected to such a violent slap? In other words, we must ask ourselves what had caused Madame Garridam to fly into a rage. And we need only follow the direction of your gaze to find the answer. Yes, it is this pile of bills that has given rise to the pain. Did Mr. Sholmes say that the bills were all for lion fodder? Yeah, but now we've established that the lion never existed. Which can only mean that the thing responsible for gobbling up all that food is Mr. Garrett's wife. Mr. Naruhodo! She's a person, not a thing. Yes, well... She's also a person who gave her husband a mighty slap around the face. Her husband who forces her to play the maid. One so hard that it left a perfect hand mark, in fact. Yes, why would a woman want to hit her husband with such force, I wonder? I'd love to know the answer to that question. Well, what's that blue thing over there? Ooh, spicy! What do we have over here? Kissy mark? Someone must be reading this book at the moment. There's a bookmark there too. Mr. Garridam is clearly an avid reader. Oh, wait a minute. I don't think this is a bookmark. Oh no, so it isn't. It's a note written in a woman's hand. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. And look at this signature here. Lip marks! Made with lipstick! Why do we have to specify lipstick? Is it common to just do it with ink? What? What a passionate and romantic gesture. I'm getting ideas to settle some. Oh dear. I'm sorry. So this bookmark is actually a love note then, huh? Take that! Could be blood. Okay, if that's blood, that's... Is that better? I feel like that's actually a little better. A bit freaky, but kind of more passionate, in a way. But yeah, still freaky. Yes, It is this love note that has given rise to the pain you suffer. Oh, James, I love you. Yours, Mary. Passionate indeed. Okay, she's about to give him another mark. Perhaps the sender of this note, a certain Miss Mary, is the fly in the ointment here. Okay, GG's. But I don't know the belly woman. You don't know her? That note wasn't written to me. It was just in the book. I don't know how it got there. It was just in there, you say? Did he borrow a book from downstairs? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Ah! A likely story. Now listen here, Joanne. Whole thing. I explained at the time. I bought the book at that second-hand place, and that note must have already been there. So, the previous owner of the book was using this note as a bookmark, you mean? That's right. That's what I've been saying. Yeah? A likely story. For heaven's sake, woman, look at the name. It's written to James. My name, in case you forgot, is John. A likely story. Are you questioning my name now? The holy fucking no mercy on this girl. And there we have it. Arouse the suspicions of the female heart, and you unleash a beast with a most ferocious bite. Now, in a final fit of rage, the ferocious beast carried out one last unimaginable attack. I don't know, I feel like even if you were cheating, you wouldn't use a letter as a bookmark. I mean, depends on how much of an idiot you are, and how, you know, self-important you think you are. She killed the carpet. The aftermath of which can be clearly seen by observing the carpet over there. A very expensive woolen carpet, if I am not mistaken. What could have caused such a destructive outburst? Ah, I accidentally went Super Saiyan. Teehee, my bad, oopsie. This time, madame, I'm afraid it is you who has inadvertently revealed the truth to me. Your wandering eye has settled upon the answer very neatly indeed. Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the cakes. But surely Mrs. Gerda didn't eat the carpet. No, of course not. There doesn't seem to be any doubt that the state of the disarray at this room is a result of her wild temper. Oh, that's true. So this is the last pair of Mr. Sholmes' deduction that we need to fix apart. We need only to follow Miss Gary Deb's gaze, and that will tell us the real answer. Alright, let's see what we can see. Yes. This looks like a very old candlestick, doesn't it? The base looks too small. Surely it's very unstable. Looks to me like even the slightest knock would make it topple over. She killed the carpet. She stabbed it 17 times. Oh dear, that would be dangerous. The love note was from the carpet and she found out about their affair, so she killed it. Wait, take a closer look at this. There's one candle missing. Carl, that kills people. That's an old school one. Yes, I didn't notice that before. Why is that, I wonder? Why is one candle of the 3 missing from its holder? I love how you're never allowed to immediately pick the obvious answers in these games, and you always have to, like, make it clear to even the dumbest person around. Straight back to like 5th grade school. Carpet has been ripped to shreds. Yes, and according to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, the tears match those made by an Indian lion's teeth exactly. Oh, look here. What is it? If you look closely at the edge, you can see scorch marks. Oh yes, you can. In that case, perhaps the carpet wasn't eaten in the normal sense at all. Let's rethink this with that in mind. Well, can I not look at the singular candlestick? Okay, I guess we just represent the candle now. Wait, I'm sorry, what did it just say? Oh, autoplay. I read autopsy. I was like, why can I call the autopsy here?
Take that!
What? Yes, to explain the dire state of the carpet, we need only look at the candlestick. Update the autopsy report to the carpet. It was not, in fact, bitten to death, but burned. Most illuminating, my dear fellow, and of course, the only possible way out of this logical labyrinth. Yes, the remnants of a ferocious attack in which the carpet was devoured are clearly visible. Indeed they are. The scorch marks at the edge clearly give the truth away. Scorch marks? It would appear that this room was the scene of a little marital altercation. For us to pull off one of these in court so bad, I don't think we'll ever be allowed to. I think the best we can hope for is one of our assistants pulling in with some last-hand evidence. Or last minute, not last hand. Mrs. Gary Depp's mighty arm muscles left an impression not only on her husband's face. Imagine Van Zieg's reaction. I mean, I already love their reaction when they're just completely down and have no idea what's going on. We just absolutely break their argument and they have to lean over their desk, bend over. Oh, mouse, sorry. The seconds the carpet was alight and the whole corner of the room in flames. Yes, The most ferocious beast in this world is neither a violent lion nor a vengeful woman, but fire. What about time? And in this room, that ferocious beast about its claws and ran amok. Eloquently put, my dear fellow. So you see, there's but one conclusion here. After the sparks of marital discord flew, this room was the scene of a fire. Mr. Sholmes, sir. I salute you! Why him? We solved it. Oh my, that jigger. He's literally just stealing credit. It's these dash long winter nights, you know? Nothing to do but read in front of the fire. She's the man in that relationship? I mean, are you surprised? She's providing for this family by acting as a maid so their social standing goes up. There's a jolly good second-hand bookshop just around the corner. Buy all my old novels there. And in the pages of one particular novel, you discovered some rather illicit material. But which your wife has admonished you harshly, it seems. Don't know about admonished. Demolished might be rather closer to the mark. And beast is most certainly an apt description. Here we go again. And the carpet. Was that destroyed by fire when the candles fell on the floor? I'm afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a belly thing. I was caught between the old stick's rage and the raging flames. You painted a torrid picture, sir. One that would have been most entertaining. Had sympathy for you. It didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The belly furniture started going up as well. We had to hide the mess behind that screen for the time being. Over here, Mr. Garridev? Well, you have nothing more to hide now, if you'll allow me. Are those scratch marks at the bottom right door, or... Had all my favorite old novels in that case. As soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Gosh. Then my wife started hurling things at me. What a terrible sight it must have been. There was I, back up against the window, under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. She threw the blazing books at him. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. Ah, yes. Your notorious love for big cats coming through again. This motherfucker. I assure you, the title didn't influence my choice in the slightest. So, the poor man really did lose something dear to him as a result of the ferocious beast's rampage. Mr. Sholmes' deductions turned out to be correct once again. It can only be described as a great British wonder. I tell you, it was total carnage, flames everywhere, and the old stickin' futile... What? And the old stickin' full battle. Out of interest, what time of day was that? I'm not sure I can remember. It was 2 days ago now. Let's see, around 5 o'clock I think. At exactly the same time as the terrifying incident was unfolding outside your window on the street below. Even more terrifying on the inside, I can assure you. The whole of Blighty could have been flattened outside my window at that moment, and I wouldn't have noticed a dashed thing. Oh, really? Mr. Sholmes? Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. What can I do for you? Well, I think we've got to the bottom of Mr. Garrideb's situation now. But what does it have to do with Mr. Natsume's circumstances? I can't help you there, I'm afraid. What? My dear fellow, do you recall I did say as much from the outset? I warned you that, although I knew the retired army man to be hiding something, I could not be sure whether his secret would prove to be of relevance or not. I just knew you were going to say that. No, Mr. Naruhodo, you must lose hard. Bear in mind that all things fall into one of only two categories. Those relevant to the case, and those not. Oh, really? You're so fucking wise, my guy. That makes no sense to me. Well, no matter. It is of far greater importance that you make up your mind now. Imagine a gigantic smoke room slash a small fire would be somewhat important, and serving as a distraction while someone gets stabbed on the road just outside. Yeah, also, if he had his back to the window and she was hurling flaming books at him, you'd assume that... Well, you'd assume two things. Either they broke a window, which they didn't apparently, or they must have opened a window to let the smoke out somewhere there. Which they say they don't open the window, but who knows? Visiting hours at the prison will soon be over. Oh no. Is it that time already? So it doesn't explain the damage outside of the house. Yeah, I really thought I had something with the whole... She tipped one of the mortar shells over and it exploded and went into the wall. Especially with the table clearly being moved and all that. If we're to accept Mr. Natsume's case, we have official paperwork to attend to. So that's it. No more time to think. It's do or die. And perhaps you'd like to betake yourselves to bidding us farewell now? I must prepare supper for Mr. Garrido. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Thank you both very much for your time. Suzuki-san will be waiting for us. I'm going to have to give him an answer. Bum, 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 bum. Like, how hard did she smack him? That all the pictures are crooked? The sword got halfly knocked down, this... It's like, what? Anyway, movement time. Is the cat back? Dang it. Prison time. This is not the prison. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yeah, I know. Let's hail a car. Oh. What's the matter? It looks like something's going on over there in front of the Gary Depp's house. Who the hell? Okay, wait. What voice is it again? Oh, I know thee not, old man. All to thy prayers. Who are you calling an old man? You rum-looking nimny-pimny? Piminy? The culprit? Profiling now, are we, huh? There are things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Where's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? This is good. I hope he doesn't show up a lot. This is already killing my throat. Excuse me? Popeye over here. What the? Who are you now? Oh, I'm sorry. It just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd like to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Fine. I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't... Why is everybody JoJo posing? This ain't over yet. Get me to a nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? cannot fuck with this guy. I do hope you're not injured. Oh, fair Eastern maiden. Thou art so gentle. Thank you. Or maybe it's Romeo and Juliet. I'm forgetting which one has Horatio. I have to be honest, I do not know. I don't think I've read Hamlet or Romeo and Juliet when I was in school. What's that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than I dreamt of in your philosophy. What? Yeah, my English teacher was like, well, everybody reads the standard basic bitch books, so we're going to read the super special awesome books that nobody ever really reads. I'm sure you're gonna read them somewhere else some other time, maybe. You read those in German? What? Okay, that's weirder to me than not reading them in English class. We covered Macbeth and we covered Much Ado About Nothing. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Gary Depp residence? Oh, fair Eastern maiden! Thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. Mr. Gary Depp mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. He calls women females. Only if it's in his script. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Didn't we have a deadline to attend to with the prison almost closing? Do we have time for this? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthier polemist in my battle of words ne'er do could there be. Sorry? Battle, did you say? Who's the stronger? Hamlet or Macbeth? Natsume and I spot long into the night. Oh my god. They are fucking comic book nerds for Shakespeare characters. Could Hamlet beat Macbeth? I'm a gay book club. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances at least. So, fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Love me well. I didn't really understand him, but I think he returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. With Suzuki-san and that man as lodgers, the Gary Depp house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. Yes, I'm sure Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Can't wait to witness that guy having a breakdown. Do you think he'll have a breakdown? I mean, surely he will when we disprove him, but I really don't think he's the suspect. I'm guessing he's gonna be a key witness, though. Let's hope we can get to prison before visiting hours are over. Also, I know he's, not him, but every time I see this guy, he also gives me a hint of Edgar Allan Poe. Just because he's kind of got the look going and he's twitchy as hell. Oh, it's you! I forgot the voice I gave him. They do look very similar. Poe is American though. I mean, yeah, like I said. Oh, no, never mind. This is Britain, so it wouldn't work either. Okay, you know what? You got me. Oh, oh yeah, I gave him a breathy voice. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student, Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Oh, you're touched, all right. We're so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh, no. Think nothing of it. Relax. Itch in the head, maybe? Oh, that is exactly what I meant. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. At least he didn't say kitten. Noble, nurturing, never failing, Nipponese. Never say that again. I'm just gonna... I hope this guy doesn't show up after the case, gotta be honest. Oh no. Let's not get carried away. Whomsteadeth? I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than a familiarity of one's native land. Who are we speaking to? On the other hand... Is it through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact? Such is my belief, at least. Is this the insane asylum? Then who let Holmes out of his cell again? Oh, it's... Yes. Oh, it's you! The miserable, rotten spy! Herr Sholmes! Mr. Sholmes, what are you doing here? Probably climbed up between the bars. He probably just kept yapping at the guard and got him confused until he just opened the cell. It was like, well, if you really think that you're outside the cell, then how come you can't open this door? How come you can just walk inside here? You are imprisoned in there. I am free to go wherever I want in here. I have no intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course, then stay quiet and let me work. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading materials in the gloomful room, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Or divested? Divested, I think. Gloomful room? At least, your accommodation here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight, and cost me not a penny. Ah, you! How dare you, Sholmes! Oh. I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. Not only is he clinically insane, but he's also a freeloader. I mean, that part does not surprise me. I'm pretty sure that his assistant, the little girl, pays the rent with all her book money, her publishing money. Meanwhile, he's just off doing whatever the fuck. Should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings. No doubt my luck will be cursed by tomorrow's trial as well. How lucky he is that child labor was legal back then. Well, to be fair, the child is working under the synonym of a fully grown doctor. My whole life be damned. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. The child is an ethical doctor. I mean, yeah, but... You know, I honestly have nothing to counter that. She's the doctor. Yeah, that's a fact. And there's much truth in Mr. Moustache's words. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say, for the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Could people stop talking in riddles for like 1 second? That's right. We went to buy some new old books. Some new old books. And it was on your way back to your room that you saw the woman being stabbed? She's dead, I thought to myself. She's dead! My mind went completely blank. But before I knew it, I was back in my room, trembling like a leaf. Mr. Naruhodo? Please be careful not to think such disparaging thoughts. How could you possibly know? Mr. Natsumi, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed? Oh no. Why? Why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. You ever not nervous? I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. That's really agitated. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor? The Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? Oh no. What do you mean? Please, tell me. Summarize it succulently. In 16 salient words. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution ever. Oh my goodness! Can't really be true. That was 16 words exactly. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? Ah, I'm impressed, Mr. Sato. You have an eye for detail. What, saying a fire breaking out in the courtroom is weird? Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes, surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zieks killed the man himself? Oh no, he couldn't have, surely. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry? The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Oh, of course he is. And why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypotheses. Hold on, what do you mean by that? The Reaper. When you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Gary Deb's house, I assume? You mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It's been a year since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been to London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. It didn't take long. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, often behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. Wait, he's actually tweaking just as much as that one Scotland Yard officer. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room. Even that didn't help. You wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. At least the officer has fish and chips. Well, this guy has a cat, so I feel like this guy gets a win. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road. A week ago now. Yes, why did you choose there? Seems a little inconvenient. Maybe because it was close to a bookshop? The rent was cheap. I have so little money. It appealed to me straight away. Of course I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. But if not, then don't mention it in the first place." Yeah, well said. But it was true. It was all true. Do you mean the room really is cursed then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. People? This isn't I mean, it's London, but still, it's not the first time you see it? I'm branded a killer. Thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person at my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really none at all? To believe. Yes, to believe. To believe in the power of defendants. Surrounded by insane idiots, body get a grip. If we stare into the insane asylum long enough, the insane asylum stares back. Van Zieks is a quite exceptional man. However, in London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. Ah, so that's good. Sasaki-san looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial, there's both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system, whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion in particular is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals and corrupt lawyers, for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling imposters as witnesses, and so on. With such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that, even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. That means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly... What? And sadly... Oh, and sadly is from time to time, my dear madame, is simply the reality of the situation. And that's alright. I mean, what are you gonna do about it? However, those indicted by Lord Van Zieks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom, with their freedom. Within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Disappear? But how? Ah, by all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drown. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever. Or perhaps attacked by a highwayman. Holy, terrifying shit. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I feel like if I won a case against him, I would immediately pack all that I have and just flee London. Ah, I knew it. I'm dead. No, done for. Doomed! Like he'd track you down, run further. Keep running, never stop. Mr. Sholmes? Huh? Me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Buria, if you recall. You can only enter your house after you invite him. Well, that's why he probably brings highwaymen and carriage... What are they called? Steerer? I don't know. People driving carriages and so on into the mix. The Buria. Ah, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yeah. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is why. Why did you believe me? Sorry, wrong voice. See, yes, you mean the original Dracula from the novel was killed by the protagonists ambushing his carriage during the day? The original Dracula from the book was also able to transform into a wolf and all kinds of stuff. Because you were a grimly dressed, shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in a locked room? Well, if you'd like, yeah. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. Dracula was kinda insane. He also had a trifecta of hot vampire women that were never explained in his castle. I don't think they were ever explained or they came back. Also, didn't he bamboozle the heroes by getting into like a coffin, shipping himself, and also shipping like 50 other coffins all filled with dirt so the weight would match? I neither recall believing in you, nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are cold hard facts, buddy. Are those I choose to believe in. The dirt was because he can only rest on soil from his home or something like that. Oh yeah! What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. Honestly, original books, compared to modern knowledge / modern versions, are always kind of wild. Like Jekyll and Hyde, just not really being a split personality, but just one person wanting to be an asshole. Or Frankenstein, not being about a zombie-like hulking monstrosity with incredible power, but actually an intelligent being that's, you know, even decent looking. That was just schizophrenia. It wasn't even schizophrenia. The guy just felt too wound up being a reputable member of British society. So he made a body transformation potion and used his new transformation to be an asshole. To give in to his lesser instincts, his base urges. Frankenstein is about not judging someone by their cover, actually, which is kind of wild for the time. Well, it's also wild that Mary Shelby wrote that at 16, I think? 16, 17? Something around that mark. She wrote a bestseller while she was still in her teens. And not just any bestseller. A bestseller that made a mark on history, basically. It's a household name. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I am concerned. But I could have betrayed your trust. Basically became the start of the whole gothic horror genre. Gee. Imagine you're 16, write a completely new genre, and you just influence the whole world forever. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment and nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning, quit bitching and just do your job, my man. Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right. Welcome soon, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself? I forgot how much of a Chad this guy was. Look at him, stanced up and ready. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. But he has his own hair just for the headband. His own little beauty machine. You're so right, Kazuma. Well, my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Just a Susato with a hand fan standing just off screen. Doing like a weird dance, like woo, 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 woo. Two-handing the fans. Dual wielding. Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. There's a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? I mean, if you're paying, sure. But also, I feel like it's kind of an asshole move to talk about this in front of the guy that has to sit in prison. Oh dear. There's never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume? If you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Like some kind of Idol fan? I mean, she is an Idol fan for him. She's also an Idol fan for Shows. Show me, boy. Okay, okay, you know what? No. Welcome, student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in. The defendant, justice, or the truth. How to believe, even. But I think I've finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else. To trust my instinct. Starts howling. Oh, woo! Yes, Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. It is imperative that we prove that in court. Look, student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was in many ways made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. I still feel a light scratch in my throat from when yellow Popeye was on screen. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Why is that the memory he has? Miss Susato. Yes? Get the paperwork ready! Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. Yes, it's just burnt into his mind. The shocking events of yesterday's trial will weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me. So it's time. Time I learned to believe in myself. Soseki-san has no one. He's all alone. So it's my job to have him. To fight his corner. Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. To be continued. And that's today's episode. Good stream. Roll credits. Yes, please save. Ba-da-da-da. Trial Part 1. Oh, wait, what? I see, I think. Whoopsie daisy, I thought this was a bit different. GG's good stream, next part in 2026. I try to play this more frequently. Also, as we just saved, short bathroom break. Sounds neat, sounds nice. So, be right back. I have returned. Just one little second. Well, I never expected this. Who would have thought we'd be back here again so soon? Oh yeah, who could have thought that when we were trying to study English law, we would be a lot of the courtroom? I'm on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the court's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yeah, I suppose that's true, but... the person in the dock, it may well be... the person on the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court. And it could be life-changing. In which case, treating this as research may seem a little crass. I for one assumed being an actual lawyer would allow us to get the same evidence as the prosecution. You know, shows what I know about the law. Well, listen, Britain might be the most advanced right now, but considering how they handle things, you know, they're just not quite there. So try to think how bad it might be in other countries. Good morning! His eyes look really red with blood. Mr. Natsume, good morning. Oh dear, are you alright? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot, that's the word I was looking for. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now, I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. I wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Okay, this guy, 100% if he was born, like, today, he would be a femboy cat. He would have a cat ear headset, have, like, draw some whiskers on his face, have those cat paw socks. Really? I can feel tremors on the floor. You can see it? I'm sorry I made you see it. I can do this. I can take it, is what the cat fanboy said. Although, welcome student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yeah? I caught a glimpse of a public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera. There were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. I can't take it, nya. Give me your trial, big daddy lawyer, son, nya. Oh no, Mr. Prosecutor. Please not from the back. No. That's where my tail goes. No, don't pull. Sorry, I hate everything that I just said. I think I need to find the nearest window. I'm sure we can find an alternative solution. Jumps on the prosecution's desk on all fours, does the paw thing with your hand. Defenestrate myself? I'm sorry, what? Do you know where that might be, Mr. Settle? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruto, but I have no idea. So, that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Never heard that? Defenestrate? To throw someone or yourself out the window? I literally never heard that before. This is the first time. Lord von Zieks? What? The guy they told us would take the case is taking the case? Is that right, Miss Susazo? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord von Zieks is on the front page of every one. He's a front page news when he takes the stage. The overdesigned prosecutor prosecutes? What, they don't bring back the first guy? The tutorial guy? Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. Been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? It's him. It's the Great Chief Justice. He's the murderer. That guy's just a pain. We're a pain in his ass because his entire generational bloodline is just built on L's and boarding. The trial 2 days ago marked Lord von Zieks' return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded. Magnus McGilded? Ugh, what the harrowing experience it was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here on the capture than today's. Things deep. You think Zieks is just the ancestor of the Whip Lady, Miss von Karma? I mean, possible, but I doubt it. Considering that they're German, technically, but you know, they could have just moved. Who knows? Looks just like Victor von Karma, though. I feel like, I mean, in a way, yes, but he also looks better, let's be honest. Let's not slander the man. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the courtroom, in the country. It's not really hard. Hey, come on, still, credit where credit is due. Why's the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon? For what appears to be a mundane murder. It wasn't even a murder. What? Nobody died. It's not a murder. Slander, I call. That's the question the papers are asking, and they're all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of a century to some of us. Sorry. Oh dear. No offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget the fact that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the appearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. It's you! Me? I suppose that's true. Both times. It is you who stands against the legendary prosecutor. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. I mean, that would be a cool title in a way, no? Friends with the Reaper? Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. He's out to get me. Can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. He wants revenge? Yeah, he's like, wait, no, that's not him, is it? I think it's karma in a way. I don't think that Edgeworth was throwing a fit about us beating him. I think Von Karma was like, you broke my streak! Why must I be represented by a man of such frail fortune? Honestly, doesn't strike me as the type to hold grudges. It's more of an Edgeworth than a Karma. Yeah, I agree. He doesn't seem like a bad guy. He seems to just honestly want to get the truth of things. So I'm guessing that's why he also takes the real heinous criminals, because he wants to make sure that they don't weasel their way out of it by tampering with the jury. But somebody within the legal system must manipulate things so that if they get free, they kill him. Much to the chagrin of the Reaper, who quit after getting the title, so, you know, because he hates that people got that idea of him. Wonder who that might be? Yeah, totally a mystery, I think. Maybe. I mean, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just reading into it too much, but he got that villain aura. That it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, that is true that I'm just a student new to London with little in the way of experience or skills or luck. He's literally sitting in a final boss room? Okay. And just because he also has a final boss title and final boss music and his own swarm of pigeons that come when he does a dramatic thing, he has to be a boss? Come on now. Also the fact that he counts time like he's Dio. But I promise you this. The law requires it. The enemy stand user could be anyone. I will fight your corner until the bitter end, and I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student, Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. He's in bed with a woman, and is like, oh, 9 seconds, my current limit. Whatever happens, we will always be on your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant, Miss Mikotaba Esquires. You think he's into knife play then? I'm in your debt forever. I shall never forget that, Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way to the courtroom at once. He is British? True, both are British. Wait, Dio is British, that's why he gets so many knives. Oh my god, it all makes sense again. Alright then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go! Yes, yes! This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. And my second trial against the Reaper. Bro just came. Bro comes every time he starts talking. Hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. You think we'll ever not see this? Is this just his version of Kratos' enemy barbarian general? Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. 20th February, 10 AM, in the Old Bailey courtroom. It's his Maya gaining 2 cups and 2 second personalities whenever Phoenix needs support. But honestly, I prefer Maya doing that over Pearl doing that. With Pearl, it's just always kind of... it's too much of a difference. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. By doing that's always just super weird. Yeah. Now, I call upon the counsels for the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Like, how is this? He's a vampire! He's a vampire! Open your eyes, people! The prosecution is fully... that's why that's why he chose this job. Because the bailiffs always, you know, ask him inside the room. That's the only way he can go inside. He's just edgy and pale. No. We're onto something here. The defense is ready, my lord. He only needs permissions once, though. Well... so maybe he's just into it. Maybe he's just like, for the good old times, ask me to... I was gonna say, ask me to come in again. The Nipponese. Now, a truly fascinating breed. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. That you are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Did you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Did he still beat your ass? Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. I think the word you are looking for, Mr. Prosecutor-san, is raw fucking skill! After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. Very true. And most fascinating, if dark trial it was too. G-Max the prosecution desk. Just hits him with flipping him off, but in all the Japanese way, so he has no idea what's happening. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. I'm expecting him to go, what is a man? What is a defendant? Whenever he puts himself a glass. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunately violent end. Thank you, consuls. Wait, what is... Thank you, consuls. I see both sides on fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you must be... You're ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? This guy was here before. You'd never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well, I must warn you, I am rather more ruthless than I appear. This guy also seems familiar. Oh, well, not me. Wait, is that the kid from the first trial that was constantly freaking out and doing the boxing motions? Not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Wow, that seems like not okay. I'm afraid to say, I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are you waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. He looks like a collectible figurine. He looks like he's from the Alps. Like he's about to blow a giant horn and collect his goats. Marketable plushie. Oh my god, it's marketable plushie, man! Get yours now while it's still hot before it's cold in the ground. Sorry. I didn't quite catch that. Very well. And let us proceed. Your opening statements, if you please, Lord Von Zieks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. Yo, Jerome number 6, fresh from the factory. You can still see the fingerprints, the finger indents of the Chinese children that stitched them together. The cursed in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended his foreign student the warmest of welcome, honestly, seeing him like that, I kind of just want to put on my Halloween costume. And while our country has extended his foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, the student is accused of a most sinister act. Jesus Christ, my guy! Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. Knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. A bloody oath they are. Wait, no. This guy wasn't on the jury before. He was a witness before in the previous crime. Him and the blonde guy both were. I'm pretty sure. Just look at that cello complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Okay, lady. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry. Didn't quite catch that. You're British, you haven't had dental care in this day? To this day? Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hollowed chalice in this great chamber. Allow me to call my first witness to the stand. Very well. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. It's not that hallowed. You got like 20 more. Yeah, he got as many chalices as Herlock got Napoleon busts. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir! Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. This is my third or fourth voice by now. It would appear you please summarize the event. Would you please summarize the events of the case to the court, Inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. Really? Because she looks like an olive? Okay, so she's not a turtle, she's an olive. Got it. Noted. Thank you, game. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes. Having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, yes, I see. But her life is not in danger. Unfortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. I just want to own Zeke so bad that he fumbles to the table and instead of the chalice just grabs the bottle and starts chugging that in disbelief. So, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. Calabash Road. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago, at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. Is it really okay to sentence somebody to death before you even have a statement of the victim pointing the finger? This is the case file, with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Case file has been entered. File containing an overview of the case, details about the victim. She was found with a knife in her back and is currently in a hospital yet to regain consciousness. What of the weapon that was used? So, at that here, it was removed from the victim's back. Youch! That big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. You should be scared to walk down a London road. With a heavy blade like that, almost anybody would have been able to stab a poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Sussex son, I suppose. Scragged-looking? That's kinda rude. A common old garden jackknife. I would say, rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. The jackknife has been entered into court. Commonplace folding knife was found lodged in the victim's back. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? From what I can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinching, my lord. See, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment toward the victim? Hold up, I'm gonna pour myself another glass. I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. He's what you might call a shut-in, with severe agoraphobia, just like me. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
if theft and grievance had been ruled out as the motive. What reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Did you arrest the man in spite of that? In a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way?
Objection!
Hey, yo? Pray, forgive the discourtesy of flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery. But your words have soured its hollowed bouquet. But it's you, my learned friend, who's being heavy-handed here. It's gonna be his final response, a whole ass barrel. He just chucks straight grapes at you. These grapes are sour. Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely where the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir! How did the name Japan ever came to be, by the way? How did that ever get translated? Or, you know, catch on, considering that's not even close to what Japanese people call their own country. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was an unusual light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Well, that's already false, considering there's apparently witnesses. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran out, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. Apparently it's based on how the Portuguese read the Chinese spelling for the country. Where, so they found China first? And then we're like, ah, there's a land somewhere out there called Japan. So it's literally just a mispronunciation that is now the common name for them. They knew China existed because of the Silk Road. No. I mean, they discovered China, and then in China read like writings about Japan, and were like, oh, there's a country out there that's called Japan. Because they didn't, you know, they didn't know about Japan yet, so they didn't know how they called their own country. They didn't hear it yet or anything like that. Or are we just talking about the kanji for Japan that they misread? Because kanji is technically kind of just the Chinese writing system. Or part of it. They drove with China and then found evidence of a country called Saipan in early Mandarin, and then went on to, okay, that's what I was saying in the beginning. Okay, interesting. It's just a matter of working out who those books belong to, and we found the bloke and arrested them. Old boxes, I. Colonization Network once again. The classic. The bread and butter combo. Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Ah, yes. I can clearly see the books of which you are referring. I'll take the photographic print as evidence. I will take the photographic prints as evidence, please, Inspector. Okay, there's like so many things I want to scream at already. Unicornese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat, denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord von Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything as you put it. Forgive me, Lord von Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Mr. Sato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruto? Well, now you mention it. When we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I walked along the accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from here. So I ran as fast as my legs could carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat. Wait, that's exactly what the woman in the print was wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there's nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. It seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal. Counsel, proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. I forgot about the stained glasses. Which me pull out a random-ass person from my bag of people I randomly met yesterday. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred, and there was unusually light fog.
Hold it!
A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Well, yes. It's not something as Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a large number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes, you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed. The other day, I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Sato-san, and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused.
Hold it!
Are you able to state that with any certainty? And quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. If there's witnesses, then there's more than 2 people present. Yes. Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? Do we have brain damage? Does everybody here have brain damage? That's right. One of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That's correct, ma'am. Nice. Shallow flap. Then we must hear their testimony. The prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of the winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog might have been, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation in your tiny island, but in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Go into your home and clean out your dirty Transylvanian basement. I will steal all your home soil from the coffin you sleep in at night. So you will suffer from insomnia in your fucking beautiful bastard. The prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite. Here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog to this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. You're lucky the British refused to use spices like garlic. Would you even call garlic a spice? It's technically just a vegetable. But I guess there's too much spice in that vegetable, so... It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement.
Hold it!
For someone who conquered darkness, they sure have a lot of murders. Well, listen. If you illuminate the target, then you just get better at shanking, you know? Chili is also a vegetable and yet it's a spice. But I guess you can also say onion is a spice then. From behind, you say, okay. Hear me out. If that's all it takes to become a spice, flour is actually a spice. Because flour is technically also just a plant that has been dried and ground into powder. So technically, flour is a spice. You can't disprove me here. I'm right. I'm correct. Every time you have a schnitzel, you're just eating a well-seasoned slab of meat. You're not disagreeing? Okay. That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. The term spice doesn't inherently mean it has to be spicy. Well, no, but in my opinion, the term spice kind of means something that has flavor. And flour literally doesn't taste like anything. Unless you make flour from like certain dinkel flour, that shit tastes disgusting. So an onion doesn't have flavor? What? What onions are you eating? Onions have flavor? Onions taste like onions. And you say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a criminal condition, comatose, no less. You said onions don't count as spices? No? I said onions also count as spices then. The only requirement for spices is that it has a taste? Well, no. My only requirement for spice is not that it has a taste, because by that term, you could just use some ashes. They have taste, they're a powder. It's not a spice. And it comes from a plant, but it's not a spice. And technically it's dry. As dry as you ever can be. I'm afraid so. My landlord, yeah. She's been treated at Bart's. Only the most highbrow arguments here are ashes, spice. Just wait. If ashes count as spices, we are technically food. So if we get cremated, do we just get turned into spices and contained in little spice jars? That just sounds like a food theory video. I was hopeful that she'd come around before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. I'm guessing that last one doesn't really count, considering that I don't think I've ever seen spices made out of meat. I don't think that's a thing. Well, I guess that's not a thing, but you can have fond, or broth from meat. But I guess that's more made from bones than the meat itself. Oh well, who cares? Moving on with the murder case. Attempted murder case. Also for that, she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. What's my favorite spice? Oh god. I mean, I guess if we're going by the one I use the most, salt. But I do really like spicy stuff, like gochujang. Is gochujang or gochugaran? Whatever. The chili flakes, one or the other. They kind of go nice. Garlic is also very nice. I mean, you kind of need more than one spice to make it nice. One spice does not carry, unless it's eggs. Eggs, you basically just need salt and they're perfect. Same with mushrooms, really. Isn't gochujang a paste? I think. So I think gochugaran is the chili flakes. But the paste technically, well, it's not a spice. Just because it's spicy, but it does flavor stuff. So what's your favorite box to shake over your food? That is indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. One of cumin and allspice? Hey, isn't allspice just a spice mix though? On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid. Now we're splitting hairs. Well, you asked for the favorite spice, singular. Not, I didn't think spice mixes were cool. If we're talking spice mixes, I found like a nice garlic as like the main part spice mix that I like using recently. You can mix that up with some a bit of mayo, a bit of cream fresh, and you got a super nice dipping sauce. You like cinnamon? Ah yes, eating tree bark, yummy yummy. I'm kidding, I also like cinnamon. Please don't hurt me. Also, when okay, weird tangent. We are not getting further in this case. You hate mayo so much. Well, you can kind of, you know, circumvent the whole mayo part. You can use aioli, which I think is more yogurt based. But with an aioli that's already kind of garlicky, so making extra garlic in there is kind of pointless. Anyway, you know how you said that in one of your chocolate stores near you, they have the Giga cocoa powder? Usually make a coriander chili dip? I mean, that sounds pretty nice too. So I was like, hey, I got chocolate stores around me, I'm gonna check them out, see what they got. And the only thing that one store had was those shitty wooden spoons with a dollop of chocolate at the end that you put in hot milk and then you just melt the chocolate as you stir, which is like the most basic shit ever and definitely not what I'm looking for. And then I basically went completely across town to the only other one I can think of. You substitute the coriander leaves with chives and it tastes super refreshing. I really like chives in scrambled eggs and mashed potatoes. The other store just didn't have any chocolate anymore. They had mostly alcohol, I think they just changed what they sell. And they also had a spice rack. And one of the spices was like umami with those kind of algae, yada yada. I was like, what? Where did they get that from? And also, where's that mostly red bit supposed to be with algae? So I took the jar, looked at the backside, and it was like mostly tomato, salt, paprika, like really basic spice mix. And then at the very end, it was like, contains 1% of these algae. Yeah, great umami spice mix there, guys. Well done, you've outdone yourself. Usually just eat scrambled eggs with bacon bits and some bread. It's a fast meal. Oh yeah, no, I only do chives if I really feel fancy, which is basically never. I usually just put some, not even bacon, but it's kind of bacon. It's like the ham that's on Flammkuchen, you know? The one that basically doesn't have any fat and it's just raw, the meat alone. So it's not too fatty. I throw that in, then the bit of fat that is in there kind of greases the pan, and then I scramble the eggs in there for a minute, and then I'm good to go. You have a spice mill like 20 kilometers away, where you go when you need some exotic stuff. Okay, but I was talking about the cocoa, and I couldn't find any, so unlucky. And then I went to Amazon, and Amazon also didn't really have anything good. Oh well. Just gonna be basic cocoa for me, I guess. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Hold it! Mr. Natsumi's belongings? I think you'll find that it's all then the photographic print of the crime scene. Yes, the 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. The second-hand books, they were irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. Wait. falling in the snow? I know the answer. I know the answer. Look up Montbana on Amazon. That's what you usually get. Okay, let me just write that down now because I know I'm gonna... Do you know the answer? Do you have it figured out? Do you have until I search this up before I spoil how this is done? Ooh, looks nice. Probably footsteps or something, didn't pay much attention. No. Here's how it's really done. You know how there's no blood on the blade or around anywhere? And how she's in a coma and yet not really dead? Surprisingly enough. She was put there way earlier before that date. Or way earlier that day, who knows, honestly. But she was there way before the guy. You remember what was on the street corner where they investigated where it supposedly happened? A snowman. He saw her getting stabbed? Well, no, he just thinks he did. She has also the perfect size. She was put there, then packed in snow, and there's like two right next to the other snowman. So sometime when the snow melts, her body would just be there. And nobody, whoever is the killer, gets a stop hallucinating witnesses? What are you on about? Oh, stupid hallucinating witnesses? Well, they could have just lied. And he accidentally, in the fog, and while he's all jittery and everything, bumped into the snowman, which toppled it over and she fell out in front of him. That's how it's done. She was stabbed somewhere else, put in the snowman, GG's. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand, which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. Yes, very clever, isn't he? Unless... No, I don't think that's the case. I was gonna say, unless she was put in the snowman for whatever fucking reason, and then somebody was like, oh, I'm gonna stab the snowman for funsies. And because she was basically already deep frozen, the knife couldn't penetrate deep enough to cause a serious wound, and blood didn't really flow out because, you know, the cold, so it just kind of didn't really flow. But I don't think that's it. I think it's my previous one. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? But every time I see this guy, I just want to eat fish and chips. That must be what happened, my lord, yes. Those being a number of old books he just bought. He was on his way home from the bookshop, it seems. Hold it! And I'm hungry, not gonna lie. Honestly bad. Most games that we play randomly throw food at us that's even looking pretty decent. Like photorealism and stupid Yakuza. Only at a Leberwurst today? Oh dear god. What did I eat today? Did I eat breakfast today? I don't think I had breakfast today. But I ate dinner. The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. Yes, so I understand. Wrong voice. Chock full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The block's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. What if the book... Okay, never mind. I was like, if the bookshop is on the same side that his house is? Then he never would have had any reason to walk on that side. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings is the place here, Bourbon Books. The place on the corner of Briar Road and Meerschaum Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end, which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he would have taken home. Something like this. Okay. I don't see how that helps me yet. Yes, I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from the particular shop. I don't see it. The most important point that the inspector just made being... Did he mention the name? The crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop. Couldn't agree more. So, where's it exactly? Eh? What the hell? You wanted me up, sunshine? I just explained that. Got the map out of here and everything. Is it red blooming ink? And the blocks through home on fire. I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Consul. Oh, yes. Yes, of course. I must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss, at once, miss. Sorry, I made a mistake, miss. Inspector, continue with your testimony, please. Let me check what we got here. It's just a matter of working out who the box belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Young woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound in the back. Olive green, female, stout build. Sorry, that's powerful to you. Early 20s, pavement of Briar Road, east side. Rowley Bait, reporting officer. Rowley Bait. Okay, game. Victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown, apart from a single stab wound from a large knife. No other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer, and was successfully arrested the following day. Can I open it? Oh, the tip is broken off. Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. You're right. Well spotted, Mr. Sato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Shorty knife? Not a real British knife. Or the body was frozen. Yes. You don't think... It could still be lodged in the victim, do you? Oh dear, I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. What do you mean there's nothing out of place? No, open that bitch. Am I intentionally blind? Okay. Well, am I trying to click the knife's edge to be like, oh my god, there's no blood here? Kinda weird, no? Ba-bum, ba-da-dum. What's the... Bourbon Books? Okay, it was the name after all. I didn't pay enough attention, my bad. She's stabbed by a left-handed person, because the angle is kinda weird. Where do I go? Wait, hold on. How do I... Oh yeah. So it looks like the knife was kind of jammed into her after the fact that she lied down or fell over. Which, you know, would kind of go with the fact that this isn't really a murder weapon. This kind of got jammed into her after the fact. The fact that she's alive is kind of weird though. Maybe she wasn't the snowman. Was the snow only melted immediately around her? I don't know. There's a lot that doesn't yet quite add up for me.
Hold it!
Please say the name for the court again, so I can be like, nuh-uh. I mean, sometimes these kind of things might just be Ace Attorney jank, which is really infuriating when it happens. Once the victim being alive essentially throws a wrench into the snow theory. Or unless they actually try to explain it with, oh, because she was kind of in a hibernating state, the blood didn't really flow. Why couldn't you be dead, damn it? So real. Also, an Olive getting stabbed. Classic. I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know. Peak writing. I mean, yes, it could be a very important clue. Very well. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please, revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord. Whatever you say. Could the man be any more sardonic? Should I? Hey, you know what, I'll press him on it, just to see what's going on. That's right, that's the closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodgings. Judge, not of significance either for this trial. You're still here? The judges never are. Honestly, even less so in this one. Because the jury holds more sway than the judge. The judge is just there to say, okay, it's over, everybody cast their vote. He would have gone right past the very spot where the incident took place. If I could just confirm one point, are you sure the defendant really did visit Bourbon Books on the day in question? Well, we haven't actually confirmed it, no. You haven't confirmed it? Why the devil not, Inspector? Well, the thing is, the shopkeeper's gone on a trip, you see. Left the morning after the incident to collect more stock, I'm told. So we haven't been able to ask the bloke if the accused visited the shop on the day in question or not. Well, in that case, what did the defendant himself have to say about it? No recollection. What? According to the statement he made at the time, the accused has no recollection of where he's been. Of course he doesn't. Bro clearly has his head in the clouds whenever he's walking about town. Claims he just wanders into whatever bookshop he happens to be passing and rarely notices the name. I should say the man ought to learn to look where he's going at the very least. No, it's just as I thought then. Something the matter? Inspector, you may continue with your testimony.
Objection!
God, I forgot how meek his voice is. If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. This receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop, not too far from Bourbon Books. It's just there. Well, it's such a small place. I didn't think the accused would have known about it.
Objection!
But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on that day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection!
Oh, his voice. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased this musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis.
Objection!
I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might be of help. Yeah, thank you. Have a look at this place, please. This place. The defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books. Then yes, he would almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? Oh my! It rather depends on where this other bookshop is. But I do declare it may be a possibility. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir? What you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Inspector Gregson! Where's your books established? Well, obviously we looked into that. It turns out that your books is just here on the next corner of Mersham Street. God damn it. The local map information has been updated in the court record. And there you have it, as you can clearly see now. Oh. He's like, yeah, victory drink, bitch. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown. No, next he's gonna call me the entire circus. Don't do me like that, please. I can't take another one. The way he regales us with such witticism. To your future career in the circus. Fuck. How do we even recover from this? It just pans over and I'm getting fucking blasted by light like Kyber. You put that glass down. I'll put it down for you. The rose sold out over centuries, goddamn. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of Bourbon's books, there's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. Yes, thank you, Inspector. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. Holy fuck! How many ways to destroy glass does this guy possess? Wherever the man purchases musty tomes, it makes no difference. The final analysis. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did you say, eh? Had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? It's another Naruto. We mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. We mustn't think. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. Oh, we must think, not we mustn't. Which juror number 6 with a murder, and he's just feigning his hearing disability so he doesn't have to explain his decision? That would be fire. Raise an objection, leave it. Well, we could raise an objection simply based on speculation, because who's to say that he didn't cross the street right at the corner before going down that street, you know? Do I have anything to base that on? Because this game might just be like, well, how about you back that up, huh? I don't need to back my thesis up, but you do. Oh, that's not. Look at that. Okay, he's 100%. Like, come on. Could you not have given the guy some light in his face? How old is everybody? This guy's 1 year older than him? There's no way. His name is Male. Of course he's evil. Olive Green, the victim of this case, was found with a knife in her back. Luckily, the wound didn't prove fatal, but the woman remains unconscious in the hospital. Can we maybe say that he... I don't know what the magnifying glass does for me here, but wait, I have a question. Okay, they don't have time here. But they say she got stabbed at 5, right? So could you really say that it takes him 15 minutes to make all that way? Fuck it, I'm just gonna raise an objection. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally... Oh god, they want me to prove it. Oh god, it's all over. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. Can we see if the books around her are the same as the ones ordered? I was trying to maybe see that, but sadly the books around her are all blurry, so you don't see the titles. Even with the magnifying glass, it's just, you know. Well, I guess maybe if that comes into play, I'm going to freak out. If they're gonna be like, look at how white the pages are, they can't be old, musty second-hand books. Look at the map. How can I check at the map? I mean, the shortest way from here is just here. And I mean, who's to say he didn't cross the road, actually? When returning from your books in to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take. Yes, I can do the easy one. Maybe just went down Calabash Road instead. I mean, then he still gets to that corner, kind of. Okay, what? I think it's more reasonable to say he went on the other side of the road than he took the corner from another side, but sure, I guess. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked.
Objection!
Objection! Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. No! However, I feel compelled to point out that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take the longer route home? Well, because he's schizo and he hates seeing people, so he takes the less populated route. The answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and is the obvious perpetrator of this crime.
Objection!
Objection! But... Aha! Yes, I've got it! Obviously, you must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I have already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Why are defendants never helpful? That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this! I thank you, my learned friend, and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... Yo, the old man woke up and is drunk as shit. I agree with Lord von Zieks. Wholeheartedly, and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty!
Guilty.
Guilty! Guilty!
What? Do we have to cast our special Uno reverse card again? Already? But we don't have anything to throw at the court to be like, oh, actually, this couldn't have been the case. It would appear the jury's leaning as unanimous. You gotta be shitting me. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. This can't be good for his heart. What, all the wine? Do you mean Mr. Naruhodo? Because yeah, I think this guy is going to die early from all the stress. It's just the curse of the right bloodline. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. Mr. Naruhodo almost losing within 5 minutes each time. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. I have to tip the balance of our scales the other way. I have to turn this around. Somehow, I have to make this a turnabout. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. And so I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial. Right of the defense written into a antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago. Defense lawyers don't deserve human rights. Call it antiquated if you will. But it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese snapper and his uncle's refusal to throw in his alley? Throw in his alley? How many weird sayings did the British have? Very well then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. the jurors' contentions. For pity's sake, that little Nepalese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim. A man wouldn't have gone around their houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. He's looking away. I wish my husband would attack me from behind once again. It's been so long. We don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? Got work to be doing. Your books. Yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Okay, how is that a reason to execute somebody? What? What? And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink into the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict his man already. Oh dear, even the judge appears appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. But do you have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for this defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. We want to force the trial to continue. Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Abo. Just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it! The defense's rebuttal. For pity's sake, that little Nepalese oddity already admitted to himself, didn't he? Well, no, he actually didn't. Excuse me, but... aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. He's an Aussie! It was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged for criminals. Well, you know, what under the bridge? You know, there's all sorts of rumors passing around. The police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Bruce Fairplay was also a man faking banking documents. Anyway, I don't know about that hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Okay, buddy. Thank goodness. Alright. Maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind given our awkward history. Oh dear. I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. If he said the woman in green collapsed before his eyes, why, it can only have been the victim.
Hold it!
You're right that, at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking out of him. Well, quite. That's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let's not forget, madame, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Well, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward. Honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie, as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Just to say what goes through your funny little minds. Holy shit. I can tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. Okay, yeah, that's literally all you can say to that. It's just so blatant. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. The argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you're too kind, my lord. That went well for her. The man wouldn't have gone around their houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken from your bookshop. Yeah, like, you drew on the map, you mean? What is it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. It seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Is there something in the picture that tells us which way he could have come from? Like that he didn't go that way? It's a bit too close, I think. But yes, that's annoyingly true. I declare you're a bold strumpet. Back in the day, that was probably a badge of honor to be called strumpet. Winter nights are dark and cold. So the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Haha, objection, they're not dark because you have well-lit roads apparently. Checkmate, buddy boy. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. Objection, he doesn't have the money to pay for a warm home. Yeah, honestly, that's what I would have said too. That it doesn't really matter for him because it's gonna be cold either way. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it would be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honestly, I would. The reason why Sasuke-san might have taken the longer way home. Yes, good reason. Can't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. So the poor man was attacked from behind. Woman was attacked from behind. How dreadful.
Hold it!
Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Gary. What happened to keeping it a secret, my guy? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume's room? The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand? She's keeping up the charade. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for a jury in this trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. More importantly, why are they sending the jurors with personal connections? That's what I said at the beginning when I saw her. I said, like, that has to be illegal. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although, what voice did I give her? Although, he's only been in a little over a week now. He's only been there for a week, so he doesn't know his surroundings, and he doesn't look at the bookshops, names, so maybe he just didn't know he didn't know the way. So he didn't know that that was the longer way. And maybe, is it possible from the other bookshop? I don't think so, because that's still a left turn. But yeah, he didn't know the way. And that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Oh my goodness, yes. He's just this holy freaking... Dear Lord. What? Spending all this time in that dark and dingy room. It's dark and dingy because you fucking bricked the window, my guy. It's your fault the room is dark and dingy. When are you accusing him of it? Sporting that unscrupulous mustache. Doesn't your husband also have a mustache? Wait, let me fact check this actually right now. Yeah, the same mustache! In fact, he also has one. Fucking can. Ah. The man never speaks. It's almost like he doesn't know the language very well. And I don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. Stop with the racism or I will expose you that you're sleeping with your master, you harlot. Lady, we need to have some words. I heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. What? Can we call a surprise witness, and by a surprise witness, I mean the kooky actor guy that is hanging out deep into the night with our accused, so we can speak for him? You're the ones with the bomb? Yes, this lady's just projecting. Oh dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? It's just a harmless book. He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... It's an expression, my guy. Don't take that one literally. Anyway, I'd better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She's said enough damning things already. I think I need to start with her, maybe. I really don't care. Why can't we just wrap this up now and get to work?
Hold it!
Man's life's on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Okay, get that with me now, Sonny. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Did they not get paid time off for jury duty? The likes of you wouldn't understand. But a laborer like me, you probably have soft baby hands. Look at my hands. They're calluses upon calluses. You don't even see my fingers anymore. They fuse together. If I don't work, I don't eat. And neither do the wife and kids. You filthy academic trash. Look at you and your twinklish body. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work gets taken, that's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supplies pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up and fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn to dusk it is. Look at you and all your filthy money. We don't even have filthy money. We're pretty fucking broke. So, do we even get paid for these, by the way? Wait, Mr. McGill said he would pay us, but we didn't accept it because we were like, yeah, it's kind of dirty money. You were digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened, by the old bookshop, it was. So what if the road, if he didn't only just not know the name, but also the road was closed due to road work? Another coincidence? Can he, who fixes roads in winter? I mean, the water still needs to flow, you know? Even though it is kind of stupid because it's just going to burst again. I guess that's why it's cheap labor to fix them. That's right, Mersham Street it was. Can we? On the map, Mr. Naruto, there are only 3 named streets. Juror number 5, I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point of that? Can't we just get to this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. On the day it happened, I was digging up Mersham Street from dawn to dusk.
Hold it!
So, if I understand you correctly, you're a day laborer and you were doing road maintenance that day? That's right, like I said. You get a lot of burst gas and water pipes underground in the middle of winter. How do gas pipes burst in winter? Is it just the pipes being shorty? I feel like water makes at least sense because the water can freeze. The only time of year fellows like me can actually make a few bob. And I'm missing out today. And when you set from dawn to dusk, well, the work has to be completed within a day, see? No coaches or pedestrians can pass while that's happening. Yes! Perfect! I wonder if I could trouble you, sir. But you're not gonna like being called in for the second round in day 2? Give it here then. Let me have a look. We found our art. Right, let's see then. Here we are, Mersham Street. Yes, it was just here. It was a tidy dig, I can tell you. We had to get through all the drifts and snow that had frozen solid. Digging through frozen ground must be such a breaking pain. And at what sort of time did you finish the works? Well, we started at in the morning and we can't have finished before gone 6, I'd say. The snow had stopped coming down, but it was long past dark for sure. Do you think they have to stop working in between and just start shoveling snow out of their hole? The roadworks on Mersham Street, huh? Your books, yes, nice shop that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit.
Hold it!
Why not? Sorry, fold it, you said? Fold it, you said? Old watch? No. What I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your bookshops often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry. Not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute. Let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road? I don't see how the road being slippery helps us out, unless we're talking about time. That's right. I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back to your books. Juror number 6, I must insist. Did you add that information to your formal statement? It may very well be extremely significant. Oh, sorry. Extremely sick? No, I'm quite alright now. I'm saying I'm gonna go extremely sick when I bust this case wide open. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. But I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again, carefully. If any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. Today you learned Willy Butcher from The Boys is the same guy who played someone, Eomer in Lord of the Rings. I mean, he does play a lot of roles. Make it a battle royale, sure. Can I just present fake facts to these guys? No. I guess I'll just pit them.
Objection!
They look nothing alike. I mean, he's also in one of the Thor movies where he just has his head shaven bald and you do not recognize him. Those two statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel, explain yourself. At odds, counsel, explain yourself. Please, don't point. It was me, isn't it? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3. Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number... Oh my... I forgot about how cool this is. Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meerschaum Street, making it impossible. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meerschaum Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? We must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So, the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have... How do you wait? Just for myself here. How in old times like these, do you even know where exactly a pipe burst occurred? Or do they just dig along the entire pipe until they find the spot? The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. He used dowsing rods? Ah, yes. They had a water pig to just sniff it out, and a gas pig, respectively. Yeah, I suppose he must have... I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. Yes. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes, yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Since the concept of dowsing rods does actually work shockingly well. What are you? What? Are we talking about the same thing here? The 2 sticks that you hold in your hand vaguely and then they cross? Explain. Elaborate. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. I don't know how it works. Just tried it and you've actually found water sources? I mean... That's... Oh no. You can't hit me with the I don't know how it works if I question the validity. I mean, it's cool that it works, but it's pseudoscience. It's not really a thing. It's like using a pendulum. Yeah, who? Me? Wow. Right then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in. That's what I say. Well done, Mr. Naruto. That was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stances as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy, it will make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we've got to do. I agree it's bogus, but you'd wager they actually used that stuff? I mean, in that case, how do you know where the leak is, considering that the entire pipe is water? How do you know when the cross is correct? Do they just keep spinning out, like helicopter blades? Thank you, Council. Thank you, Council. With... on with the summation explanation, please. Ooh, woman was attacked from behind. Wasn't she? How dreadful. Okay. If she was walking down the street and we clearly couldn't have come down from behind her, how would we stab her in the back? Also, it's just dirt and cobblestone roads, so you probably noticed the water rise up. Oh yeah, probably. I slipped over that evening myself on Calabash Road. I knocked myself clean out, you know?
Hold it!
And that was at around 5 o'clock, you say, the same time as the victim was attacked. And you see where the water flow is cut off based on which houses have access to water, I guess. Yeah, no, I get that part, but there's still like a large area of pipe between those houses, no? Which I mean, I guess that's why they dug up the entire road that can hold carriages. I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on the table at the same time every day. And for the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? Goodness, it was eons ago now. I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. Oh, well, let me see. It was specifically slippery around about... Ah, yes, I remember now. It was just on the corner here. What happened to you then? Were you alright? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. So there was no one around when I fell. No one around when I knocked myself out. No one around when I came to again, and no one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. Sad and lonely picture your pain, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to death. Yes, how lucky that it wasn't more seriously injured. True. Looks like it was very nearly another hospital admission, or worse. Yes, one more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on a... Oh my god, he's actually more big brain than I am right now. For once, he's activating his neurons. And he's even wearing the same hat. Absolutely, it's the only coat I have. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job too, or I'd have had nothing to wear here. Oh my god, it's so going to come into play that the pages on the books in the image are not yellowed. So count your blessings, I say. I suppose we should. This gentleman certainly had a close shave there. Wait, hold on. So, Mr. Natsume sees this old man just eat it on the frozen sidewalk, and instead of trying to help him or showing any sign of concern, he just gets so spooked he bolts all the way back home. What the hell? You've changed 2 of the jurors' minds, Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow. Now! It's time to turn the tables here. Wish I knew how to do a sort of takedown. Suppose words will have to suffice for now. No. Yes.
Objection!
Those 2 statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? Why, whatever do you mean, sir? Perhaps the old man didn't hear you? Unbelievable. Not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are well aware of this. You poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously.
Objection!
Can we really be sure of that, madame? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard the juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat, and you fell over on the icy streets of the neighborhood. Oh my. Oh, he turned his head slightly. We got him now. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of him was the jolly old green gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? How lucky that he got picked as a juror, isn't it? If that weren't the case, our whole case would have been done for. That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Oh, sorry. You need to pee? No! Listen, damn it. I'm having a moment here. You have to be shitting me. Why? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly, just got back and saw the conclusion to the argumentation. The crime scene on Briar Road, where the woman was stabbed, was not on his way home. Oh my! You idiot old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming around there, he'd have boxed his... What? We did have boxed this off hours ago? Is he actually mad at the old man for A, tripping, B, being the reason an innocent man is not getting executed right now? And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat? Is it? What's she gonna throw in here? My lord, I do hope it won't cause an inconvenience, bud. You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I would like to call for a verdict of not guilty. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind? Is it? Well... honestly, respect for the old man for not holding a grudge against the guy that leaves you passed out on the frozen floor. It's in our favor. Well, That summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The eyes 2, the nose 4, and the nose have it. So the nose have it. Not guilty, I say. He lived. For now. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. Which means now Mr. Van Zieks is gonna pull out his actual witnesses and have them spout lies. Lies and half-truths. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Okay. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hollowed chalice in moments after raising an objection? Sorry, that's not his voice. Only to crush it in disgust. Pray, forgive the discourtesy. Lord Van Zieks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? You're not just a clown with the entire circus? No, I'm the Eastern entertainer. Whatever do you mean?
Objection!
Yeah, don't harass them. I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you have excavated, sir. That's right. Took me the whole day and they paid me a measly 2pence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me. Do you have any notion of the distance that is 2 yards? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. If you're going to try and imply that he jumped that, I will beat you. It is winter, and it's frozen. Jumping 2 meters is already like, you know... I mean, it's not the worst, but... doing it in frozen winter, while also carrying stuff around, that's just an oh my guy. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Would you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? He's confusing his vampire abilities with the human ones. Couldn't you say that the accused simply turned into a swarm of bats and flew over that gap? What? Sorry. I mean, jumped. And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the side of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hobo passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. Damn it. The accused is not a gentleman as far as I can see. The chance he turned into mist. I mean, that's why it's light fog. It wasn't foggy at all, it was just the accused. I've little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it? And the incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt that on his way back to his lodgings. Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. The big words don't scare. Oh yeah, also, you asked earlier, and I was wondering about that too. About the books. If those were the same that he bought, they have to be, because that's how Herlock Sholmes found him in the first place. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Old man? You can talk? You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Would have also been content with him just getting lucky, because there's no way he actually accurately deduced that. I mean, yeah, most likely not. They might have been just similar copies, you know? If somebody would... Wait. Two options. If somebody were to frame him, they could just see what kind of books he buys, buy the same ones, and then just leave them at the crime scene. If somebody did that, they must have tailed him. And there's only two options. Well, three, technically, but I count two of them as one. As to who knows his innings and outings. And the one that knows it the best is the wife, the maid, that is currently a juror. Because she keeps track of that shit, for whatever reason. I can't say I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. You could also argue for the blonde guy though, considering that they were friends, so he probably knows what's going on. And since he's a theater guy, he can probably disguise himself. So you don't know who he is in the crowd, you don't notice it. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Order! Order! Blood von Zeeks, explain yourself! My lord. You had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve. When the word did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself, how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Yo! He did the Yakuza thing. He's going serious mode. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What? What are you talking about? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call its next witness to the stand. Granted, bailiff, bring forth the witness. Its next witness? Yet more than one? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid it's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Right. No matter who Von Zeeks brings to the stand as his witness, and no matter what they say, I believe in Suzuki-san. I know he's innocent. I keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Who are they? They look they straight up escaped the Puppenkiste. Witnesses, Please state your names and occupations for the court. What the fuck am I looking at? Jesus! Constable Royal Bait, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. That's rude. I'm sure they're perfectly valid people without any intent of lying. And I'm Mrs. Beat. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm Miss Youngtown Zero's wife. What's the story here? I'm sensing a pattern. Well, in truth, we've not been married long. You don't say, you look like children. How old are you? 21? 23? There's just... Devoted London Bobby who witnessed the incident whilst walking down the street with his wife of a year, Patricia. The wife of Constable Rowley Beach, who has witnessed the incident. She's relatively recently married and fiercely proud of her policeman husband. Well, good for her. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. Could that be the day of the incident? Wait. Do you remember whose name was on the love note of that one of Mr. McSchmibbledable? Gary Deb? Do you remember the love note name? Wasn't Patricia, I'm pretty sure? Damn it. No. It was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Was addressed to James. Oh yeah, I forgot that it was addressed to someone. Wait. We need a James. I'm sure I've heard that before, actually. Indeed. Apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, serve the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. How much do you think cops got paid back then, considering they had to basically keep the city alive? There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. The London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. I feel like the wife is just going to jump me at some point if I keep shit-talking her husband. This man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction. And they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Rowley? Constable Rowley Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the streets, sir. I wanna see that. Maybe she's the reason he's so sleepy. Oh, damn. great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear formal testimonies now, please. We'll tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir! Yes, sir! Oh yeah, I didn't give these two voices yet. Oh, not really. Also, wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. What if the other silhouette that... Whoa, hey, whoa. What if the other, like, they are not lying. The other silhouette they saw was the snowman. I keep thinking the snowman's involved somehow. It has to be. All of a sudden... Also, Jesus, the eye sparkle on this lady. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and the other scattered something before running. We went straight over, of course, and then went to her for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. I thought you only saw its silhouettes, my girl. What? This is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear. This policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's death's knell, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. What an unfortunate chancing. And on your wedding anniversary too. Oh, I know. But I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have the time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of a man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of the witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Yeah, but the policeman didn't say anything about that. Except that the man's so tired his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. What the witnesses saw. So, wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say? Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beakers? Oh, no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Literally on a leash, this guy. Huh? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. She's forcing him to wear matching scarves. I don't think you have to force somebody that's basically going comatose through life. You just put it on him and GG's. This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly. I much prefer you in uniform. Do you think she's also the cause for the dents in his helmet? Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. I'm getting my voice mixed up. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat of the day, correct? It's him running into stuff, I think. Then why are they on the side? But I guess that might be it. Maybe it's him tipping over because he's too sleepy. Was fit to drop, to be honest. After spending the whole day on my feed. But policing is my life, sir. As long as I'm a proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's this now? My warrant card, sir. Proof that I'm a London copper, sir. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets and be a nasty in the sheets. And uphold the peace of the common man. Sir! And for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So, fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But sir, just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Mrs. Bede puts up with a lot being married. Oh my god. Puts up a lot being married to a bobby like me. Wanted to show me your way of how much I care. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. I hate this. You got the rays. They both got the shimmer in their eyes. Oh, what a charming couple. Young love is such a joy to behold. A little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe that. What happened next? Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out on the fog on the pavement in front of us. I think this is an Instagram couple before Instagram, or most likely. If you go to their home, they probably just have 10,000 pictures of themselves all over the walls. Like a little family shrine, but instead of pictures of a family, it's just pictures of them. Two silhouettes? That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That doesn't exactly like the victim, this picture in this print. And I like Mr. Natsume. I mean, the military guy could fake his leg injury, you know? And then he could also be a tall fella. But also that one actor is a kind of a tall fella. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see? There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? The crunch every time she yanks at his neck hurts me physically in real life. Huh? What? Yeah, that's right. Of course. Oh. There was a life bug on the ground. The Briar Road is a dead straight. And you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And then there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any pedestrian. before sleep takes you a firm hold. Your answer, please, Mr. Bate. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. If we expose it as a lie, now he's kind of in trouble. So maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Wow, thanks for the pep talk. That didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? You've read the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonable, clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened after the crucial moments that followed? All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor. Then the other scattered something before running off. Sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
Hold it!
Scattered something. What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't make out what it was at the time. But when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Jesus Christ. Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. It was some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir! The culprit had dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement, sir! Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man, okay. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. Oh, we saw him, sir. It was the man in the dark without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Okay, I'm pretty convinced now that it was him. They have a very similar nose. They both have the mustache, and he also has like kind of beady eyes. But why would he do that? I don't see why he would do that. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose, everything. Maybe Miss Olive Green was trying to sabotage the relationship somehow? I have no idea. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with the most terrifying intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. It seems as though they are telling the truth. May I remind you, the court, may I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. Yes, sir! Ran straight over, of course, then went for help at the nearby police station.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I'm a proud wife of one after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Cracks his neck. Huh? What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Bay to go. I was off duty at that point. But a Bobby's never truly on duty, of course, so I felt obligated to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Reed. Very laudable, Mr. Reed. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. Told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a criminal's location, you see. Or crime's location. As to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under, so she could go and report it. Aha! If this is not part of your jurisdiction, why were you there? Considering you just told us before that you wanted to go back to your station after you got done and change real quick. I ran as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know? And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh please, you're making me almost blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir! What Patricia said, sir! Let's move on. Can I not press that somehow? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dark. Rhodey and I both saw him as clear as day.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Holy moly! We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyes. They actually hit me with them. We have special eyes. The light from the street lamp was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, that's it. It is. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yeah, alright. I take your point. If I ever get into a fog that thick that I stretch my hand out and I don't even see it anymore, I think I would have a slight panic attack. I would freak out. That's actually just blinding, is it not? You wouldn't even be able to see your feet at that point. You've had that just a few weeks ago? Wow, that's kinda wild. I mean, we had fog, and pretty dense fog, but I don't think about that heavy. Alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? I do drive too. Oh my god, I hate driving in fog so much. The constant fog makes your eyes very sharp, you see? It's like Silent Hill shit. Did you take the map off the front seat? Did you look in the back seat and make sure that you didn't forget anything there? That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Well, yeah. Was the accused. No mistake. The moustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. Looked in the rearview mirror and didn't see any children on the back seat. So you think you're good? I don't think it's only children, but you know what? If you didn't see anything, that's nice. As this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Suzuki's son they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beats saw what they saw. They say they saw. So Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does that leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no, what do we even do? If Kazuma-sama were here, what are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Putting that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict their facts, you might be able to direct them to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of all of the day is accurate. Ah, right. What could be contradictory in what I said? But simply we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. But they always seem to be so up against it. Okay. Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Yeah, hit me. Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... Okay, this is actually kind of adorable. Come on now. It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? It is it? Well, out with it. What? No. No, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail, everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. Please do. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is? Oh, you dug your own grave, lady. No, it won't do at all, unless this is just a bait and switch and she actually recites them perfectly now. This is kind of more creepy than cracking his neck. I don't know, I thought it was kind of cute. A Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. No, I've seen plenty of what you're capable of already. Even if I decided to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? I could even tell you the names of the four books. 4 books, huh? Even though we only see 3 in the crime scene photo, and he only ever bought 3. But please, do go on.
Hold it!
Yes, we know that there were books dropped at the scene of the crime, as you say. Those purchased by the accused at the nearby second-hand bookshop on the day in question. I've been to the police box for help. I decided to have a good look over the area for good measure. I am a pro policeman's wife after all. I did it for Rolly. And what was your husband doing in the time? Oh, he was lying face down in the snow, getting some well-deserved rest. He works ever so hard, you know? Ever so hard. Don't you, my darling? just a way of guarding the scene of the crime. Well, Miss Reed was seeing as you regaled the court with tales of your powers of recollection. Would you be so kind as to recount the text of the books you observed at the scene? I'd be happy to. Now, are you listening? There was the picture of Monsieur somebody or other, and what's it, yearnings? And then there was a meal for someone, and the last one was definitely the thingamies something. Oh, thank you for your perfect recollection. You see? I love her confidence. Holy shit, I need that much confidence. Just fucking throw something out there. You're gonna blow a fuse. Yes, I see the one or two holes in your memory. Oh, well, when there were all those lines, I'm quite sure. Were indeed books found at the scene of with titles. Those lines as you. I can't even talk in this voice because I have to laugh too much. What did I tell you? It's very mean the way you've been implying that someone can't be trusted. Fuck God. You should have just kept quiet. You had it in the bag. Don't you agree, darling? Oh, what the hell? Yo, gun safety, my guy. This is not America. Anyone who upsets my Patricia will have me to answer to. Okay. Terrifying. Yeah, she really is. It's just a gun in Britain, we're fine. I don't know how to use that one. That's it? Stand her testimony? Well, I got them now. I got them now in two different ways. Now, what do I present here? I think the list is the best one.
Objection!
Would you just shoot out a small scalpel? It's kind of like a stake launcher. So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right. I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur somebody, what's it, yearnings, a meal for someone, and the thingamies of something. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But there's a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no. What flaw? Simply that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? This is the receipt from the bookshop where the defendant bought his books. Your books? Clearly someone stole the 4th? Yeah, that must be it. A carrier pigeon flew in, grabbed one, and flew away. And then we have to prove that that specific species of carrier pigeon just isn't there in London during winter. It's actually one that travels south. Yes. And it details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. Only 3? But no, that can't be. You say that like it couldn't happen? Oh, I would not be surprised if it did. There were 4 books. I tell you, 4 dirty old books. Oh, really? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of a crime. mean, I'm pretty sure if I showed this picture as evidence here, they would have been like, oh well, what if it wasn't zoomed out enough? Or what if the fourth book is hidden behind the... What was the correct phrasing again? Strong? Powerful. The powerful victim. As you can clearly see from this evidence as well, there are only 3 books. But I just don't believe it. I saw them there. I swear it. I saw them. I believe those 2 actually. No, madame. I'm afraid your powers of observation cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. No!
Objection!
That's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. Is he going to say the victim was carrying a book? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. The fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. So you've striven to avoid attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? Sees right through me. But your plan is somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policewoman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, the total of 4 books were most definitely found.
Objection!
But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right. Only 3 can be seen in that print. A print? You mean to say there's more photos of the scene of the crime and you withheld them? Allow me to represent... Oh my god, it's actually the victim carrying the 4th book. Allow me to present another. One that shows the victim's hand. We got him now. We actually got him. It's singed. It's burned. It's one of the burning books. We got him. Ladies and gentlemen. Everything we need. And it's called The Lion's Pride. We double got him. We double triple dog dead him got him. I don't believe it. It's the 4th book. As you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. No! Fuck, I love him. Stand up. Order! Order! There, you see? Look at that! Look! Yes. Whoa. It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir! Patricia's always right, sir! Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Oh, yes, of course. The picture of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur Lecoq. What's it, yearnings? Canterbury yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for Gaborio, in fact. As the court has just heard, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly. Well, I wouldn't call this flawless, but sure. Save for a few minor details. Meanwhile, Susato giggling in the corner and Zeke saying the word. I don't know, I feel like Maya would 100% do that. But I feel like Susato is a bit too serious. She's more of a fangirl than a straight up goblin. Mrs. Bede's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rory? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Imagine you just pulls the gun out. She's my wife, you dang dirty vampire! Yes, sir, flawless, sir. Patricia's flawless. Mr. Beast's powers of unlimited money and free labor, and scams and bullying people with lawyers. Didn't they steal panties? Considering we talked about that being a case in the Apollo Justice one. Didn't they steal medication and underwear from women? They did? I'm pretty sure they did. I'm pretty sure during one of their... They had like a boys versus girls challenge. Haven't followed that at all. I looked at like one video that popped up from somebody that supposedly worked for him and apparently actually did. Who compiled like a lot of stuff. Like interviews from people here and there. They had like a boys versus girls challenge where they locked them into their own little rooms, and apparently contestants had to give up medication that they needed before they went in, and they say like, yeah, well, we'll give them to you as you need them, and they never did. And they also apparently just straight up stole the underwear of the women. As soon as someone becomes remotely famous, they instantly turn into discount Satan. I mean, I'm sure that accelerates it, but you have to be, you know, kind of underlying shit already. Like, you don't just flip like that. If you have some set of morals, you would at least, like, somewhat adhere to them, even if you get rich. Only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Bede mentioned 4. Suppose they just get more bold because they can get away with it easier? Well, yeah, they can literally just money and fame bully people. People that join Mr. Beast challenges do it to get the money and to get the fame. And if you act up against them, then they can just basically try to kill your social media platform, basically ruin your job, or maybe even cut you out of a video. Apparently that happened to somebody else. Somebody basically almost won a challenge, but then they cheated them out of it, so that one of the Paul brothers, I have no idea who, wins the challenge instead, because that's probably better for like views and everything. And they cut most of them out of the video too. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Mrs. Bede mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. An absolute circus, grade school or I mean, like, what do you expect from people making that sort of shitty content? They are literally making long TikTok videos for drooling toddlers. And clearly the 4th book is what that which is shown in the photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? Sorry, why am I giving the judge a cool voice? Is he not watching anything like that? Yeah, I also never watched a Mr. Beast video. Well, it's not odd at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. Do you think... Wait... Okay. Imagine they just got knocked out by the book. No. Something similar in my idea, but not quite the same. It might be the book, but... You see, we talked about why there's no snow around them, you know? What if the snow is not there because the wife threw all that burning shit out the window? And one of the things might not have been a book, maybe it was a book, who knows? Hit them in the head, which knocked them unconscious. And when the husband went down to retrieve his favorite book, The Lion's Pride, he saw her lying there and just maybe bleeding from the head even, and just assumed that she was dead because she wasn't responsive, because she was just in a coma, nothing else. So he put the head on her to maybe hide the head wound, stabbed her in the back, which is why she has the knife in a weird position because she was already laying on the ground. Then he collected all the evidence, but I'm guessing the wife did it instead because the husband can't really move as much. And I don't think the husband, of all people, would give his favorite book into her hand instead of just any other of the books that might have laid outside. Unless only this book flew out the window. But it doesn't sound like it's only this book that flew. But I think that's roughly what happened here. As the photograph clearly shows, before the book is found in the victim's hand clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. I wonder if there's going to be a crazy twist or if they actually showed their hands too early on this one, because the previous two cases were really good in the writing department. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder, what became of the fourth book? Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. What? It wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. We will submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Okay, actually perfect for us. Just enough ammunition. Fourth book has been entered into the court record. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? Walked right into this, didn't I? You see, everything we said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat! Marry me, Pat! You're already married. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions. Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? Can I call in a witness? If you have heard all of the books... What? Sorry? You've heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. Senator Hudo, I'm afraid we are in a terrible, precarious position. I know, but if I back in the wrong way now, could very well just make matters worse. Okay, let me check the book, just so I get the ammunition I need. And check that this is called The Lion's Pride. Oh, I can't even do that here. Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all. so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. Lion's Pride? It's strange. I think I've heard of that book by a book of that name before, and very recently too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Have to flip this bitch. Would you look at this? Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Book entitled Lion's Pride discovered in the victim's hands scene. The cover was badly burned. Can I open it? Doesn't seem like it. There may be blood on one of the edges. From where it conked the victim. Doesn't look like it either. Yeah, I think we're done here. Imagine they just got knocked out. I read that long ago, Jesus. Grinosuke, think! You do know.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my learned friend. That's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die's been cast. There's no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Can't think of what to say. I think I need to start drinking tea again. My throat is getting fucked up right now. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks. Also, let me move my mouse. It seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. Gee, my guy, calm down. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. And don't... No! Speak your truth. Chest out, get out there. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. I'm only 17, yet I don't have 20 years of job experience. How dare I? My Japanese pride, wah! So, you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo? One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance. Yeah, sure, buddy. The court will hear you, madame. I think that's the greatest joke today. Go ahead, Mr. Sato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. See. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their learnings in a moment. Or leanings. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. This is it. Mr. Soto's-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Look at his stare. That's one angry man. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Well, you know, the knife, technically, because there's no blood on it, but... I mean, do we go with the book? It's either the book or the knife. Okay, I thought I was presenting right now, whoopsie daisy. Take that! Take that! The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. The fourth book, found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We've already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. I always get anxious when you present something and the music doesn't stop. Oh, I know what you mean. Especially when they're like, okay, well, I'm kind of tired of this trial, so you get one last chance. And then no matter how well you did before, if you get that one piece of evidence that you have to present wrong, it just kills your entire setup. Like, it drains all of your points. And the trial is either over or continues. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you let the court believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. He's so nervous. He's like, please don't look at the book any closer. So I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruto. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence. Which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right. So, counsel, precisely where's the vital clue to this case, which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
Got it! I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. The back? What are you... Good gracious. Been burned to a crisp. So, we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniable, an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
I can't believe that we're still only in part 1 of the court trial. Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Huh? Word conceded the point. If it bears no relation to the case, there's nothing to discuss. So, should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charter book hide? It hides the real killer. Or culprit, there's no killer. It's just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Right, I'll explain my theory. Put on your aluminium foil hats. Don't keep us waiting any longer then, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage and the sorry Thomas suffered? Important? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand is yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Okay, hear me out here. Why did they confess to burning down their house? Why, if they are linked to the murder with that whole thing, or the attempted murder, why didn't they just nod and smile when Sherlock Holmes was like, "Oh my god, you owned an Indian lion and you gave it to the zoo"? Good gracious. How could it possibly? Very well. I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book?
Take that!
Take that! Are we gonna hit them with their sick beats? The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp. The landlords? And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Gary Depp herself. The answer is only $36 in online stores and all platforms selling the hit game Persona 3. Is that salt I'm tasting through my screen? Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mrs. Gary Depp's wife. I'm his mate. It's the entire Dead Sea. Understandable. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Gary Depp's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is the accused's landlady, you say? You implicate this hardworking member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
Objection!
Why don't we bring Sherlock Holmes in? You know, he's a reputable person of the public. He will stand by my well, it's not a theory, statement. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house. Would it just be a punishment for anyone involved? Wait, okay. Can I throw another outlandish theory out there? One that would kind of be a twist, but also not really. Good lord. What sort of insolent counsel? What if... Wait, no. Okay, no, kind of. What if the husband and wife both went down, saw what they did, put her kind of to the side, like Miss Olive, and then played it like they got killed, and just got lucky that the policeman was a fucking narcoleptic and left behind at the crime scene, and then swapped the bodies as he was face down in the snow. Because if she was knocked out already, then there's no way while the husband is down collecting his books that she would be standing, right? And topple over. So they must have played it out somehow. Unless he picked her up and then dropped her when he saw those two people approaching and then quickly bolted. A fire, my lord. I'm afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a body thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The belly furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. Jesus Christ! That is actually a look I could see on Dio. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title. That's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. No, you're pretty risible. Dio struck that pose? He might have. The hand in front of your face is the OG Jonathan thing, but Dio also did something pretty similar, I'm pretty sure. All you've told the court is that the book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. And perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Mrs. Garrydett was considerably enraged. Apparently she continued to attack Mr. Garrydett even amid the flames. Oh, how awful. I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. And you, Rolly? Absolutely not. Sha, sir. Patricia would never raise a finger against me. I mean... yeah, she just raises the whole hand. Not my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got a hold of them, that was it. Whoosh! Up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books incoming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious. Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No. A thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. And there's no report of the Garrydett's window pane being broken. That's quite true. But I also saw no sense of broken glass when we visited the Garrydett's household. What if they just opened the window? Crazy thought. But is that not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. I love how all of London just has these common rules everybody's following. He's never heard of Stoßlüften? Nah, that's the Germans. Does the defense postulate the scenario in all seriousness, counsel? Are they really just going to be like, well, nobody actually ever opens the window, therefore we're going to throw this entire theory out the window? Do you honestly claim that the book pawn at the scene was the flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrett's wife? Yes. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That is quite enough. As the wife? Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. A bully, if you will. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you, that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud, simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Did she smack the guy next to her? I should box your ears. That's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. He's just making enemies. How long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spouting out of his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the moustache. And he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you right. That's true. Yes, what did I tell you? It makes sense to me. Oh, sorry, what's that? Don't go full guilty again, please. It would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord von Zieks? In truth, my lord, I fear these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait! The mystery of the fourth book still... Ooh! If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, will you now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear?
Guilty!
Stop. Why?
Guilty.
Come on.
Guilty.
I mean, of course you.
Guilty.
Come on.
Guilty!
Can I evoke my Super Lord twice in a row? Back to this, back to another heart attack. Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now, it's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Mr. Sato, honestly I was hoping we would move on to the end of the sect by now, so I could end it cleanly today. Have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting... Of course. The defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord. The defense asks to exercise its rights to a summation examination. Do you believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? Didn't intend to trick anybody. Starting to see why Zeke wants to strike this damn law. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. Dun dun dun. Wait, is that the... Oh, it actually is? Ah, perfect. We get to stress out at the beginning of the next act. Yes, please. Well... I've considered the defense's counsel request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have to say that thank you for joining today's stream, checking it out, and I'll be seeing you tomorrow for probably the conclusion of this case, or perchance just the middle part. I will be seeing you then. Have a good Friday, and bye-bye. Have a good time. See ya.